What the hell is this, you people linked? The shortest, saddest story possible in the English language. Suit fit check went with the custom-made route with suit supply. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, how unfortunate. Is it like a kink thing? I don't understand what it is with modern American tailors and their obsession with feminizing the silhouettes of every man who shows up, who darkens their doorstep. What is this, man? Yeah, can we get the hip maxing fit? Yeah, no, just like you ordered, boss, just like you ordered. I made his hips look big as fuck. Looks uncomfortable as fuck. Dude, look at how much tightening there is around the chest, even arms rest puckering under the sleeves. Oh no. Oh no. What if he has big hips? Dog, we're not talking about his body. We're talking about the suit. Doesn't matter if he has big hips. It's the suit. We're talking about the suit. I can tell. Why do the arms look weird? Well, suit supply. Yeesh. Not like this. Why is the gorge so high? Is this guy like 5 feet tall? Is that undershirt too casual? Huh? We can't see his undershirt. What do you mean? This? You mean his shirt? It's a dress shirt. I mean, it's not a very good one, just looking at it, but is suit supply generally bad, or is this just a bad fit? Suit supply is generally bad by the standards of like traditional tailoring standards, yeah. But you can get good stuff there if you know how to shop. If you know exactly what you're doing, you might be able to work with it. But Mamdani has a suit supply suit. Yeah, and Mamdani's suit isn't like great, you know. But he does a good job with it. No one wants to tailor anymore? No. We used to make things in the West. Parts of Europe swelter in record May heat as deaths at amateur sports events spur warnings. Oh boy, it's happening. Yeah, it's hot as fuck over here. Global temperature map. What are we looking at right now? It's 90 degrees in London? Jesus Christ. It's evening in London. UK temperatures. Oh my god, it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. The high today was 92. The high tomorrow is 93. What the hell? Rookie numbers, that's like a normal Tuesday in Los Angeles. It's true, but keep in mind LA is a dry heat and all the buildings are made of paper, whereas in the United Kingdom, it is a suffocating, humid heat and the buildings are made of stone. Yes, but the British deserve to suffer. This is also true, but there are good people living there, tourists, I assume. They also haven't invented air conditioning over there. They literally can't afford it. Do you have any idea how much it would cost the average Brit to run AC with their fucking power bills? The UK broke its record Monday for the hottest temperature ever recorded in May. Oh no. Not not like this, man. It hit 92 degrees Fahrenheit at Heathrow Airport. Oh no. Breaking the previous record by a whole degree Fahrenheit. Oh god. It's only gonna get worse. installing AC in all homes would cause a rolling brownout or straight up collapse of the grid. My understanding is that every watt of electricity that makes its way to a European home has to be like hand delivered from a Russian natural gas power plant. My understanding might be a little bit antiquated, but I think that every time a Brit turns on the tea kettle or whatever, you have to imagine the natural gas racing from a Russian pipeline over to a plant, you know? It has to travel long and far. They don't make energy domestically. They don't know how to. They've forgotten how. Mostly Azerbaijan now, but yes, that's even farther away. Okay. Fucked up. Man, wouldn't it have been cool if the European Union had invested in building up their energy grid as opposed to what they've been doing for the past 40 years, which is shitting into their cupped hands and eating the shit? Wouldn't it be crazy if they had taken a different route other than like the aforementioned poop eating strategy?
Now, Western Europe is bracing for an unusually intense end-of-May heat wave, with forecasters warning temperatures can break long-standing records across parts of the continent. And health officials are urging people to take precautions as a powerful high-pressure system traps hot air in what scientists describe as a heat dome. Now, hot weather is already sweeping across parts of Europe, with beaches filling up and ice cream sales booming as people search for ways to cool down. In the United Kingdom, the Met Office had said the temperatures are expected to climb above the previous May record of 32.8 degrees Celsius, which was set back in 1944. Health experts are warning the sudden spike in temperatures could pose serious risks, especially for vulnerable groups and people with heart conditions. Now, Cancer Research UK has...
Were you living in Seattle when the region had our heat dome back in 2021? Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I remember I was up in like the studio, just playing Binding of Isaac in 112-degree heat. I had the fan on and I just sat there motionless. I was like a lizard. I lizard maxed for the heat dome in Seattle. My thought was like trying to fight the heat is futile. You have to simply lay there motionless and have a lot of water. Y'all have no ACs up in the PNW? 50-50. Anyway, it's not good, folks. This is only the beginning, too. Probably going to get a lot of deaths in Europe this year just from the heat wave. A lot of deaths. Maybe 5 digits. Who knows? Who knows?
Has also issued fresh warnings about prolonged sun exposure, saying melanoma skin cancer cases in the UK are projected to reach a record high this year. And the charity says that skin cancer rates have risen by nearly a third over the past decade. Now, meteorologists say that the heat surge is being driven by a major shift in wind patterns. First, meteorologists say wind patterns have shifted, with cooler northern winds weakening and warm air moving north from Africa. That hot air is now spreading into Western and Central Europe, causing temperatures to rise rapidly. At the same time, a large high-pressure system has formed over the region, trapping heat near the ground and creating so-called heat dome conditions. And under the high pressure, air sinks and cloud covers reduces, allowing more sunshine to reach the surface, and with clear skies and warm winds continuing for several days.
Jesus fuck, it's 37 degrees Celsius in Paris today? Good lord. It's May. It is May. Where are all the ruroids who made fun of our AC? Or the Europeans? They're gonna be begging for our AC technology.
The water at London's Teddington Lock is how these people want to beat the heat. On the hottest day of the year, the kayaks are out,
So far.
the paddleboards too, and even a rowing boat.
We decided to kind of drive down. We departed from Richmond, and then we paddled the whole way here.
We've been waiting for the sun for months, and we winter paddle, but it finally feels like summer's arrived this weekend.
I love the sun, so for me it's like...
Glad we're taking a positive kick on this over at Sky News, you know? Sky News is owned by Murdoch, so they can't acknowledge climate change. They have to be like, cool, blimey, sure is a nice day to be out in the sun, innit? Or something like that.
Still imperfect. Yeah, beautiful.
You can tell these people aren't really used to the sun either, because this older woman has relatively nice skin, and she's wearing what appears to be a tank top with minimal sunscreen coverage during a record heat wave in the UK. All these people are going to die of skin cancer. When I was down in Zion, almost every person hiking there was wearing like a sun shirt or was fucking lathered in sunscreen, which is objectively the correct thing to do, by the way. In fact, like, you should get... Everyone watching this right now should invest in a sun shirt. Like, however bad you think the sun is for your skin, it's worse, okay? What's a sun shirt? It's a shirt that has UV protection properties, you know? They're not exactly fashionable, but they will keep you from dying. If you want to fashion max for it, you're going to have to put some work in, okay? I don't know. You can dress like you live on Arrakis, maybe, or you can watch Lawrence of Arabia and take your fit inspo from there. So like a white shirt? No, a UV protected white shirt. A thin, light, white linen shirt on its own doesn't afford you much sun protection, though it's better than nothing.
It's lovely to see everyone out, everyone happy.
It's officially a heat wave, with temperatures in excess of 30 degrees.
Do regular shirts not protect you from UV? A good amount, yeah, usually. Depends on the fabric, of course, but a sun shirt will 100% protect you from UV wherever you're wearing it.
Celsius. The last time this happened in May was back in 2012. And when unseasonably good weather arrives, so do official warnings.
With the sun comes danger from the heat. The UK Health Security Agency has issued amber alerts for the Midlands, East of England, London and the South East. And this means that health and social care services are likely to be significantly impacted by the heat.
My eyes hurt looking at her skin.
These alerts remain in place until 5 p.m. on Wednesday.
With the heat here to stay, sunbathing is a popular choice. But with UV levels being high, there are considerations. The UV level is highest in the UK between the hours of 11 and 3, but its strength is dependent upon a range of factors. Month of the year, the high-risk months are May to September. Cloud cover, even through overcast skies, 30 to 40% of UV still reaches the ground. Altitude, the higher up you go, the stronger the UV. And reflection, water reflects 5 to 10% of UV rays. And it's leaving skin cancer specialists concerned.
Unfortunately, we have a really unhealthy relationship with the sun in the UK. Because it comes out so intermittently, we binge on it. The problem is we were never brought up to have good sun protection habits. And that's something that's been passed on from generation to generation. So even now, you have adults that will put sunscreen on children and just wipe the remnants on themselves.
Across the UK, from rivers to our coastlines, the same picture. Beaches and a bank...
Can you just not buy sunscreen in the UK? Yeah, of course you could buy sunscreen, but a lot of people don't use it. A lot of people are just like, whatever, and that's how you die. Then you die.
Holiday, a combination that has the RNLI on high alert.
Whilst the air temperature is perhaps unseasonably warm...
It was a joke, Tard? Damn, well, this is a joke too.
The sea temperature, water temperature of rivers, lakes, and anywhere like that just hasn't caught up yet. Suddenly going into that water will bring on a thing called cold water shock, and we're urging people to really take care. So if you are planning to go to a beach, if you can, please go to a lifeguarded beach.
For now, the sunshine continues, but...
Remember when people got upset at climate activists for throwing paint on Stonehenge? Wonder how those people feel now. They don't see the connection. These are Sky News viewers. They have no idea. Oh, you can see here what I rented for last night. In pursuing with my interest in authentic Dracula adaptations, we watched the first 2/3 of Van Helsing. Christ, that movie's shit. Fun, though. Just read the comments. How did we ever manage without these needless alerts? Temperature goes above 20 and it's a national emergency. Yeah, see, they literally don't. It's called summer. It comes around every year. These people are all going to die. Oh no, we have weather, and in the winter, we will have weather. Why the news always make good weather in the UK sound bad? Hottest temperature ever recorded in May. This is what, again, like it's Sky News. I don't know what you want.
As soon as the temperatures soar, this couple near Rhone doesn't hesitate to switch on the air conditioning. 32 degrees outside versus 25 inside. Their house was fitted with 3 units 3 years ago.
As soon as summer arrives, the heat makes us switch them on everywhere, and that cools the whole house down. So there's one in the bedroom, one in the study, and one in the living room, and we can actually run them separately.
To save money, they don't switch them on all at once, as the extra cost on the electricity bill can run up to €80 a month, on top of the cost of
Man's got a damn setup over there.
An installation, which can run up to €3,000.
I'm suffering from the heat these days.
When this happens in the US, the energy grid will buckle and people will just start dying in their homes. Yeah, I really don't think people are ready for like the great boomer die-off of 2027, where record temperatures across the Bible Belt cause a rolling brownout, and then like 400,000 boomers just die like overnight, you know? Might address the political demographics a bit, but probably not enough to fix the Bible Belt.
An extra 80 years to have it a bit cooler than be hot all day long.
The uptake of air conditioning in France is growing year on year, 27% of houses and 12% of flats by 2025, a figure well below that of Japan, where 91% of homes are air conditioned. In the United States, the figure is 90%. With a heatwave in May, these Parisians have decided to get themselves kitted out.
We decided to go all out. The place is poorly insulated, so we needed something quite powerful after all.
But there's always the same dilemma, the negative impact of air conditioning on the environment.
It's a vicious circle, really. It's true that we are increasing the temperature outside, but it's become unbearable.
Like them, more and more customers are deciding to take the plunge.
A 60% increase in our sales of fans and air conditioners compared to last year, so a real increase in sales.
This shop is air-conditioned, like the vast majority of shopping centres and a third of French offices. As for schools, only
2/3 of French offices don't have AC. Oh my God. Good Lord.
Unconscious runners being treated by emergency responders, some placed in ice water to lower their body temperature. They all collapsed during races Sunday morning in a suburb outside Paris, where temperatures climbed over 30 degrees. A total of 16 people fell ill. 10 were taken to the hospital in serious condition.
I saw people being treated, first aid arriving. People were exhausted. They were vomiting.
Faced with the heat wave, organizers had considered canceling the race.
They're all going to die.
They ultimately decided to go ahead, adding more water stations and increasing the number of medical personnel on site.
It was maintained because we are not facing extraordinary circumstances and because additional measures were added.
20 people had to go to the emergency room after a marathon in Gothenburg. In Sweden?
Central Paris, a man in his 50s suffered cardiac arrest during another race. At this stage, a link to the heat has not formally been established.
He collapsed suddenly, then his head hit the ground. And we could tell right away that he had stopped breathing. Emergency responders arrived almost immediately. They tried to resuscitate him for at least an hour and a half, but they were never.
The smug Euroid will know true suffering. I feel we can't make fun of the Europeans too much for suffering the consequences of climate change when, like, most Europeans believe in anthropogenic climate change and, like, half of Americans don't, you know? In fairness, the insistence that anthropogenic climate change isn't real is largely an American phenomenon. It's like an American evangelical doomsday cult phenomenon, right? Like most Europeans believe in anthropogenic climate change. So on this one, feel like they don't deserve it quite as much. You just saw the comments in the Sky News segment? Yeah, but that's like Sky News. Those are like the, you know, Brexit boomers. Fucked up thing is that the USA is projected to not be affected by climate change that much directly. You're wrong. Okay, like the big thing is that like Europe is going to get much, much, much hotter, but America is going to get a lot more tumultuous. Weather events in America are much more extreme on average than they are in Europe. We have colder colds and hotter hots. So on average, I think the temperature is projected to rise across Europe more than America, but we're going to get more extreme weather events. New York City is going to get buffeted with a hurricane every like 3 days. Americans emit like 10 times as much CO2 per capita as Europeans. Oh no, we are a wretched death country. We are a death country for sure. We will be despised in times to come. Like history will look back on us. It was a common belief during the Middle Ages that Rome fell because they were decadent, that homosexual pagan emperors were too busy fucking each other to look after the people, and that the Europeans that followed may be less technologically developed, but were more spiritually developed. This is how future generations will think about America. They're going to fucking hate us. They are going to hate our asses, man. Good Lord, look at that. Oof, Wyoming. In fairness, there are like 5 people in Wyoming, so. Sheesh. How are they emitting so much? Because people in Wyoming and North Dakota, like these are largely rural, low development areas, which means that a lot of the people here are living a rural lifestyle with American incomes. In addition to the fact they drive around constantly, yeah. Like we're talking like people having to drive 2 hours to go to the grocery store, but everyone has to do that. There's basically no equivalent to this in Europe. Like there's essentially no place in Europe. The closest I can think of is Russia, because Russia does also, like a lot of people depend on their cars to get around, very wide country depending on where you live. But Russia doesn't have the income. If Russia was a wealthy country, they might be as much of a problem as we are, but they don't have the income to like, they can't drive as freely as we can. Then what's West Virginia's excuse? Probably the same deal, right? If anything, the lesson we should learn from this is that the more developed and dense a population is, the less carbon it emits per capita, right? I mean, California, New York City, look at this. Coal plants there? Yeah, they do have a lot of coal plants in West Virginia as well, because, you know, coal. So. I did not know that, Thana. Anyway, yeah, world's ending. Don't know what you want, I guess. Gonna be a bad heat wave. I want to reverse time. If you could turn back time to the good old days. You get it? You heard that song before? Incidentally, much as we Westerners like to complain, it's actually much worse elsewhere. For instance, the Delhi heat wave, allegedly, according to this here YouTube short, has crossed 45 degrees Celsius, which, to my understanding, is 1 million degrees Fahrenheit.
If we talk about Delhi NCR and Northwest India, maximum temperatures are currently exceeding 45 degrees Celsius in many places. Consequently, heat wave conditions are being felt in many.
I have no idea how accurate these translations are. Let me look for something a little bit more reliable. Delhi temperature. Right now it's nighttime and it is 94 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's cool.
India is experiencing sweltering, blistering heat. I'm currently in the national capital, New Delhi, and the temperature right now is 45 degrees. The sun is shining at my face, and it's extremely difficult to be standing here on the streets. More than an environmental issue, this is also becoming a public health challenge for the residents of the city, who are experiencing dehydration, exhaustion, and in some severe cases, also heat strokes. The government has issued advisories and alerts directing people to stay indoors. However, for many here on the streets of Delhi, that is not an option.
Due to how Indian seasons work, this is about as hot as it gets. We'll see, buddy, okay? It's due to be a bad year. A bad year.
Are continuing to work in these extreme conditions
What are you
to
doing,
be able to earn their living. Alongside the advisories by the government, there is a heat action plan that has been initiated for the city of Delhi. However, the Indian Meteorological Department predicts that the next week will not bring any relief to the...
Yeah, dressing like this is your alternative to wearing a sun shirt. Your choice, white boy. And this is 1 a.m. Wait, 1 a.m. where? Reset to now? This is now. Yeesh. "98 of the 100 hottest cities in the world are in India." I feel so bad for people in the global south, man. We whine so much over here, and we've caused so many problems for so many people. Look at the southwestern USA. Always got to bring it back to the west, huh? Oh, pretty hot, but 94 in Vegas and Phoenix isn't, you know, entirely out of the pale. The real story right now is over in the east. Or, you know, our east. Yeah. Kuh. Imagine living here and having to listen to Trump tell you that in order to end war with Iran, your leaders have to sign the Abraham Accords. Sheesh. Imagine. God is protecting his heavenly warriors in Tehran, though. See? Relatively cool. We know it's going to be a bad time all around, but where would you say will be least bad? I'm not giving you fucking world tour coordinates to outlast the apocalypse, buddy, okay? Fly to the moon. I'm becoming a Shia Catholic. Aren't we all? Note to self, mountains by the shoreline. It's been pretty temperate over in Seattle. If you care to know. It's about like 60 degrees today. Yeah. Nice and cool. Nice and cool. Yeah. Doesn't even get cool in India, man. Jesus Christ. All right, well, apart from all that, how are we doing? How do you feel about lotocracy? I have no idea what that is. What, like rule of the random? Lotocracy. Democratic model that proposes selecting political representatives via random lottery rather than popular. Yeah, rule of the random. Probably not a good idea. Though, picking a random American right now would probably be better than the current crop we have in there. Happy birthday, Miss Genderlyn. Happy birthday. Mexico's president sees no issue with their country hosting Iran's World Cup team during tournament. Based! That's too small to be a soccer ball. What are you doing? The only way to accurately represent a population is by random sample? Yeah, but I don't want to accurately represent the population. I want the best of us leading. If the average person right now leading the country would doom us all, you know? We need better than the average. She's huge. That's a normal soccer ball? Oh, okay, gotcha. She's just a giant. Oh, 1 second. One moment. My love? You forgot. It's okay. Working it. No, I got a pair of mystery stains in the pocket of my new shorts, and I don't know why. I don't even know what the stain is. Trying to work on different cleaning agents. Just had to pull it out of the wash. Scared for the drought here in California in the next 4 years? Yeah, you should be. Yeah. I've been arguing with black liberals all day about a song. Don't stop. Okay? 98% chance that if you're arguing with a blue MAGA black liberal on Twitter, they are literally a CIA op. Like, I'm not even joking. The average black American under 50 is pretty left-leaning, and the average black American over 50 is not on Twitter. You're literally arguing with like an op. Like, I'm not joking. Like, a lot of the accounts associated with the most inflammatory rhetoric associated with like BLM and if you're white and you ain't voting for Hillary, then you're anti-black or whatever, were literally like Russian bot accounts. It's not a joke. It's a real thing. Say happy birthday to Diggy So's and Horizon 2, please. Well, then maybe they should have added me and said that it's their birthday, huh? Happy birthday, Diggy. Happy birthday, Horizon. CIA op or Democrat op? Same difference. Corpus Christi's running out of water and they want to build data centers there? Me too. Local reservoirs drop below 10% full in February. Neat. Seems like a good place for a data center. You know, data centers on their own don't really use that much water. It's just that the water they use is fresh drinking water rather than, you know, all available water. Taxing the energy grid in Texas might be just as bad. Can't they use salt water? No, you can't use salt water for cooling. It'll corrode the pipes. Gotta use fresh water. Depends on the setup. My data center uses gray water and returns it clean. Okay, that's not the norm. Corpus Christi is a Hitler city with no culture and no humanity. It deserves to die out. The problem with Malthusianism is that it's not spiteful enough, okay? A sort of broadly distributed misanthropy is insufficient. You need, like, specific populations to disappear. Like, or in other words, tired, we need to reduce the human population by 50%. Wired, we need to eradicate these cities specifically. You get me. That's social Darwinism. You want to hear a real red pill? Everyone on Earth believes in social Darwinism. They just disagree over the implementation. Not a human alive doesn't believe in it. Texas before the evangelical revolution. I'm not getting psyoped into defending this just because the bitches be bad, okay? This city, if you can call it that, behind them looks disgusting. Look at this. You can actually see the heat bubble. Look at this. Jesus Christ. No trees, no shade, just a blight. Yeah, they're bad because they hadn't invented high fructose corn syrup yet or whatever. She's smoking? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people used to. A lot of people still do. Are we backdooring classism? Everybody hates the American elite. Are you brave enough to hate the American poor? I am. Whoa, that's the wrong button. I am. What the hell? Oh, sorry. Oh, man. We don't smoke anymore? Yes, I saw Sweden, Sweden do in fact not be smoking. Yes, yes. Pope Leo calls AI evil. I did see that. I did see that. Tempest, are you watching this right now? I'm glad you mentioned that because we were considering watching that new Dracula movie. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. You're hitting at the heart of a contemporary discourse here in my household.
Young people in this country are feeling a tremendous amount of frustration when it comes to what they view as the basic necessities of life, and young men in particular, those who...
How do Catholics keep lucking out with base popes? You want to know the actual reason? I genuinely think it's the popes are getting more based as a reaction to the anti-meritocratic system we have going on in American corporate and political life. Or sorry, Western corporate and political life. I think like the problem is that the Catholic Church is one of the only remaining institutions that maintains a degree of like severity and gravitas, you know? Like basically everything else has been obliterated by modernity. There's no ceremony, there's no sincerity, everything is trite and cynical and low IQ and stupid and plays for the television. And like the Holy See, you know, the papacy is one of the only remaining institutions that conveys a degree of like weight and gravity outside its most rote bureaucratic function. You know what I mean? Like the Pope does not act like the CEO of Catholicism, even though he kind of is. Maybe one day they'll fall as well, but for now they're one of the only institutions that has that kind of cultural sway that isn't just, I don't know, a fucking Marvel Studios or whatever.
Donald Trump to victory back in 2024, well, they're feeling a lot of regret over their vote choice. So what are we talking about here? Well, let's talk about what is right at the bottom. If you were building out the house in terms of the American dream, it is literally the ability to buy a home. And young people, well, there's not a lot of hope for them when it comes to buying a home. And these numbers have changed tremendously. Look at this. Okay, age 18 to 34, that is adults under the age of 35, will buy a home in the next 5 years. You go back to 2016, 2018, Gallup surveys, look at that. The majority, 53%, said they would buy a home in the next 5 years, those who didn't already own one. That number has fallen through the floor. Look at this now in 2025.
This actually does a good job of explaining one of the dynamics that I'm noticing right now on Globehead Twitter, which is liberals not understanding why people are so economically pessimistic. They don't understand like why the consumer confidence rates are so low compared to, say, the Great Recession. And the really important thing to understand is that even in the midst of the Great Recession, people thought things would get better. Nobody today thinks things are going to get better. Nobody. That's the difference. Consumer confidence isn't just like a basic assessment of the current economic conditions. It's about confidence, the belief that things are going to get better, hope in the future. Do you think things will improve? Because you can weather bad conditions now if you know that in a year they'll be better, but it's harder to weather them now if you know that in a year they will be worse. Right now, pretty much everyone understands on some level that we're headed into the pit. That's not the case back in like 2008, 2009. In fact, the solid 60% of America was caught up in the Obama wave back then, you know, hope and change. People thought things were finally turning around. They thought we would finally punish those bastards on Wall Street. We didn't, of course, but you get me.
2026, just 29%, just 29%. That is nearly half the level, dropped by nearly half in just under a decade's time. No wonder young people are feeling so much frustration. Now, of course, if you're building out that home, right, in terms of what young people want, what Americans want in order to fulfill the American dream, well, it's not just buying a home, it's a good job. You go, leave the home, you have a good job. But young people at this point don't believe it's a good time to actually find a job. Take a look here.
Reminds me of a video I saw that argued the birth rate dropping was more about a lack of hope than anything else. It's true. It's 100% true. This is one of the defining features of new modernity, of what you can call it neoliberalism, contemporary political discourse. If you look at what people thought of the future 70 years ago, they thought of a utopia. Now everyone thinks of a dystopia. Nobody, and I mean nobody, in media, in regular conversation, nobody anywhere, when they are asked about what will the future look like, do they think of glimmering, gleaming, perfect cities with future technology where everyone's happy and so on and so forth. The only people who sell this message are tech grifters like Elon, who are trying to build their fortunes off the back of that misplaced optimism. Steven Pinker types, pedophiles. But real people understand things are getting worse from here on out. There's no more of that gleaming optimism. That era's dead. So, of course, consumer confidence is low. Nobody thinks things are going to get better. Things did get better after 2008, The economy was in the shitter for ages, yeah, but it did climb back up. Things did improve. But the conditions that caused 2008 and the conditions that caused the current economic crises are not the same. They are not one and the same. These problems are not fixable. Not, at least, quickly.
15 to 34, say it's a good time to find a job. Now that percentage is just 43%, less than half of young people say it's a good time to find a job. And look at this trend line. This trend line is going completely in the wrong direction. 4 years ago, it was 75%. Look at that. That's a drop of over 30 points in just 4 years' time. In 2019, back when Donald Trump was at the end of his first term in office, it was 77%. That's a drop of, what is that? That's a drop of 34 percentage points from where Donald Trump was in term number one, in terms of young folks saying it's a good time to find a job. And young men in particular, those who powered Donald Trump to victory, well, they are feeling a lot of frustration with the economy. Not a big surprise when they say it's hard to find a job and say, in fact, their aim to buy a home has fallen below 50%. Look at this. Young men on the economy, those that powered Trump to victory, men under 30 on economic conditions.
Yeesh.
Before Trump came into office, this is 2024 and early 2025, before Trump was inaugurated for a second term, 66% of them said it was, in fact, the economic conditions were poor. They were hoping that Trump would solve it. But they view the economic conditions even worse today than just before when Trump got into office. Look at this, 79% this year say that, in fact, economic conditions, young men, those under the age of 30, say that economic conditions are poor. The good percentage, it was 34%. It was just 1 in 3. But now it's just 1 in 5. 21% say economic...
Thought he'd pay his rent this month, award.
Conditions are good. And you know who they're taking their frustrations out on? Well, it's the man 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's who, because look at how they view Donald Trump and the economy. Men under 30. These, again, are the voters who powered Trump to victory back in 2024. In the fall of 2024 versus...
People on Twitter told me real wages are up. Real wages are up. That's true. Just keep in mind that a lot of these, the terms that economists and, you know, the Federal Reserve look after are terms that are cultivated to engender a positive outlook on the economy. Kind of like how people pretend that the stock market doing well in any way, shape, or form means you're doing well or the economy is doing well, you know? If there was a stock exchange in the United Arab Emirates, I guarantee you that it would be doing pretty good. Like, the equivalent of arguing that the stock market is doing well, therefore the economy is doing well, would have been like arguing that pre-Iran war, the Dubai housing market was exploding, therefore the economy is doing well. The idea that speculative investments are up, meaning that the average person in the economy is doing well, is ridiculous, and I think people would understand that if they looked outside the country. But once you look inside the country, people are unironically like, nah, dude, trust me, it's fine. The line going up, that's all you need. Real wages are up, but that doesn't tell you the whole picture.
Kamala Harris, Trump was more trusted on the economy than Harris by, get this.
Oh, they do have a stock exchange in the UAE? I didn't know that. The ADX General. I actually didn't know that. Not doing well? Yeah, looks like it took a bit of a shit since the Iran war began. What are you going to do?
7-point
Don't
margin.
worry about it.
Holy Toledo, look at that percentage
Toledo.
now. Look at how young men have turned. The net approval among young men for
Do you think back in the day these things ever meant that everyone was doing well? To an extent, yeah. Like, inequality is higher than it basically ever has been in America, which means that the effects of a higher average real wage are felt unevenly. In a country with very little inequality, or with less inequality, you would think that those average benefits would be distributed more evenly. But right now, it seems like so many of these benefits, like, say, for example, consumer spending, are mostly just referring to increased spending on the top 10%, you know, the top decile. Whereas, you know, the remaining 90% of people are all, like, penny pinching a little bit. It's not great. Not great. Not great. We stop letting stupid young men choose elections. Okay, in fairness, young people are not the reason Trump got elected, okay? You know, it's a broader issue. And also, if Kamala Harris had won, we'd be in the same damn position. Broadly. Not specifically, but broadly. I guarantee you that if Kamala Harris had won, her approval rating would be like 20 right now. Not plus 20 or minus 20, 20.
Trump on the economy, minus 59 points. I'm laughing because the turn is so absurd. This is a turnaround of, what is this? Do the math with me right here, of 66 points. 66 points in less than 2 years' time, just a year and a half, in terms of feeling towards Trump and the economy among young men. And when you put it together,
Are we assuming she would have done everything he did? No. The reason the economy's in the shitter right now are due to inertial effects from our economy that aren't going to be stopped by any president. Nobody can stop them. Nobody on earth is strong enough. No president could stop this. Donald Trump's just the guy stupid and arrogant enough to blow up, you know, the damn Strait of Hormuz. Like, obviously, he mishandled that worse. I don't think the takeover's happened yet, has it, Thana? Isn't it? It's just on the table, or they're running up to it, or am I thinking of a different acquisition? At any rate, I think like even Fox News has been tentatively admitting Trump's unpopularity for a while now. I think for a lot of people they're just shrugging because they think like we're going down this hole anyway, right? Real wages are down if you include housing costs. Even for the median? Yeesh.
The economy being the #1 issue. How do they feel about Donald Trump overall? Well, it's a different world. And I loved that sitcom back in the 1980s and into the early 1990s. Great theme song. Men under 30 on Trump. Look at this. In the 2024
No, you know that's wrong. Biden actually had the economy on a good trajectory. I need you to understand that all the problems that we're experiencing right now fundamentally were still happening under Biden, Trump 1, and Obama. What we're seeing is the culmination of a set of tendencies in this economy, largely due to financialization, that no president stops. All they do is aid and abet it. every president, to a varying extent, further shapes the federal government in a direction to aid and abet the over-financialization of the economy. It's larger than the presidency. No one can stop this. The global economy is larger than any individual or any group of people. It goes beyond the competence of any. Yeah, and GW, and especially Clinton. Clinton really set the damn stage for this, and obviously Reagan was the big boy, you know. But like no president is singly responsible for this, and I am frustrated with the fact that many people are going to blame the decline of the West on Trump when Trump was just like a mild catalytic force. You know, he observed a crumbling dam and like whacked it with a baseball bat, you know? This was going to happen no matter what. Why do you still engage with this instead of just muting people? It's so obviously disingenuous. Luxra, you just said we should prevent young men from voting in elections. I'm not one to hear about others scapegoating from you, okay? You think that's the solution? If I muted everyone in chat who I thought was misattributing the problem to some group or another, then I would have no one left to watch me, and then I would have to go out and get a real job. You're not getting me. You're not getting me. What a load of bollocks. You have Trump tariffs, the tax cuts, his fucking war in Iran. I gotta tell you, man, listen, the tariffs, the tax cuts, and even this war in Iran are not the fundamental problem. They're just not. They're not. Damned if they're not contributing.
Donald Trump won that vote by 1 point. He was the first Republican nominee to win young men this entire century. But now it's a different tune. His net approval rating among young men, look at this, minus 55 points.
Okay, but Trump accelerates it. How many times do we have to keep playing musical chairs with this? Keep going. I keep saying mild catalytic effect. Yes, Trump accelerated it. Yes, Trump accelerated it, but did not cause the fundamental effects that are producing this decline. We keep going, so, oh, okay, but yeah, so it would have happened no matter what. Yeah, but Trump exacerbated it. I know, I just said that. We don't have to keep going in circles. We all understand. Trump accelerated these tendencies, but they were already present.
Minus 55 points. That's a switcheroo of what this? That's 56 points. 56 points in just a year and a half. And you know, I'm a little thirsty here. Ooh,
there's the product placement.
Soft drink of the day is Coca-Cola Cherry Float. Let's take a drink.
Wow, really? Just like, okay. I didn't think it'd be that bad.
Ah, that's nice. I do enjoy a good Coca-Cola Cherry Float. Now, of course, it's not just the economy.
This is the underlying rot that I'm referring to, by the way. This would have happened under Kamala Harris, too. I'm not joking.
Not just the economy that is changing Donald Trump, or the views of young people on Donald Trump. Of course, it's foreign policy. Because remember, Trump said, oh, I'll keep us out of foreign wars. And what's been going on the last few months? Well, the war in Iran. And young men don't like it one iota. Because just take a look. Trump and foreign policy. Okay, men under 30 on Trump and foreign policy. Back in the fall of 2024, look at this. Young men trusted Donald Trump over Kamala Harris by 9 points.
I'm still trying to, like, wear off the psychic damage from that one. I can't believe how fucking overt that was. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my God. I need to, like... On CNN, man. I'm pretty sure it's an online-only segment, but it's still CNN. It's from the CNN... It's from a CNN broadcaster on the CNN channel using CNN equipment and CNN's legitimacy. It's still CNN.
Today, look at his net approval among them. 54 points underwater. Jacques Cousteau never got that low, my friends. Jacques Cousteau never got that low. 54 points underwater. Again, this is a switcheroo of what? 63 points in just a year and a half's worth of time. My goodness gracious. And of course, everything that flows from the presidency. Trump is not on the ballot this fall, but it all flows downhill to those members of Congress, those Republican members of Congress. If they think they're going to escape the wrath of young men and the regret that they have for voting for Donald Trump.
What, Vosh doesn't remember Walter Cronkite having a fresh Coca-Cola trademark delivered on air while reporting the death of JFK?
Well, they got another thing coming, mister. They got another thing coming. Because just take a look at young men and the midterms. Okay, men under 30 on the midterm elections. You know, you go back to November of 2024. Democrats did slightly better than Kamala Harris, but not really. They won it by 3 points, which is a historically very small portion for young men Democrats winning them, okay? Look now, though. Look in the average of polling right now, the 2026 race for Congress.
Crazy that Trump is like minus 60 and Dems are only plus 28. What a fumble.
Well, hello. Democrats are now favored by 28 points. Now favored by 28 points when it comes to the race for Congress. Young men overwhelmingly favoring Democrats. That is a 25-point switcheroo. A 25-point switcheroo. And again, just a year and a half's worth of time. Now, we're talking about 2026 right here, right? But what about 2028? Because we're going to have presidential primaries starting in the beginning of 2028. Those folks are going to start running very quickly once the midterm elections wrap up. Well, the two Republican frontrunners, take a look at the net approval among men under 30, 2028 GOP contenders. J.D. Vance, 48 points underwater. 48 points underwater, of course, he being the being the vice president. Sometimes all these cabinet officials get him stuck in my head. The vice president, though a member of the cabinet, 48 points underwater. Look at the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He's doing a little bit better, but not really much better. He is 39 points underwater. So the deficit that Trump is facing now among young men, that is transferring over to the cabinet members as well. And that is so important. That is so important because these two men on your screen are the two leading candidates for the Republican Party. And I bet that they, dare I say, to borrow a word from earlier, are feeling some regret for how younger men are.
I don't know about regret. That might not be the word I'd go with. Whatever. Young men fucking hate Trump now, Lamau. Quality journalism, really. Something, cherry cola. Christ alive. I think what gets left out of the young men discourse is that it overlooks that young men aren't working. The San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank did a study about how men are not working. Yeah, the youth unemployment numbers are not telling a full story. I'm pretty sure they don't even count unemployed college graduates as unemployed. The fraction of men working in the U.S. has declined consistently since the 1950s. Slower labor force growth. Prime age men, 25 to 54. Just give me the damn conclusion. Labor force non-participation rate for prime age men. That's... yeah, that looks pretty bad. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. Wouldn't get these numbers if you were just looking at the unemployment rates. They add so many fucking asterisks to the unemployment rate. Oh, it doesn't count if they just graduated and are looking for work. Oh, it doesn't count if they're underemployed. Oh, it doesn't count if they're not looking for work. Oh, it doesn't count if this. Oh, it doesn't count if that. Did you see the online discourse about how doing a retail job like working at Sears used to pay for a house family vacations? I didn't see the discourse, but I'm aware of the fact that that's true. To an extent. People often overstate it, okay? A regular job at Sears would not pay for, like, a beautiful house, a white picket fence, etc., vacations 3 times a year. People do often overstate it. But, I mean, there's an underlying truth there, which is that job security used to be much better, and we used to think of jobs as, like, lifelong careers you could be set in, rather than... you know, just like temporary, ephemeral ways of paying the rent as you bounce between a bunch of, you know, no training, no skill, nothing jobs. Unsurprisingly, young black men are topping the charts here for labor force non-participation rate, though with a sharp decline since COVID. That's good, I assume. A very sharp decline, actually. Still, it's going up quite a bit for everyone, huh? For high school or less, 15% non-participation rate. Remarkable. Sorry to send you a Facebook post, but it's the Sears thing. Facebook post. A viral post about working at Sears in the 1990s sparked a huge conversation online about how much life has changed for working Americans. I'm reading a Facebook post about a Facebook post. I hope you appreciate the depths I'm willing to dive to get this content for you. I have a story about working at Sears in the 90s, people questioning. When I worked at Sears in the early 90s, the people there built their entire lives off these jobs. The guy running appliances had 3 kids, coached Little League every weekend, retired after 32 years of the pension. One of the women in customer service bought her first house working full-time there. Older guy in hardware took the same vacation to the Ozarks every summer because he could afford to unplug for a week. Yeah, I mean, again, it varies, but yes, like the life did used to be very, when you see or hear boomers say delusional shit about the job market or the housing market, it's because it did to an extent used to be like that. You could work a summer job and pay for college. You could work a relatively menial job full-time with job security, stay there for decades and afford a house. Yes, that is true. It varied enormously based on where you lived and on your race and on your, profession and so on and so forth. But by and large, yes, it was very different back then. "31% of hiring managers say they stay clear of Gen Z." Well, yeah, the higher the labor force non-participation rate, the less likely it is that hiring managers are going to take a chance with younger people. Though again, it really varies based on the field, yeah. In college, I worked at a grocery store. That's how all the older employees were. Management caused them to stay along for stability, and they pay all new employees bare minimum with 0 benefits. Yeah, it's not great. It does end up shafting the older people too as well, because it means that people who have become accustomed to like the older job security they could get, like they get shafted because people could just rehire younger workers for less money and less less benefits. But yeah, varies. This too is because of financialization. There's just less money running around in the market. The more money there is in the stock market, the less money there is being paid out through wages. Businesses have less money, Well, I shouldn't say they have less money. They don't have less money. They have less money as a proportion of how much they would have made for a comparable degree of commerce and success if they were around 50 years ago. I'm about to demand a $15,000 per year raise. Wish me luck. Are you bringing a weapon to the meeting? Are you gonna, hey, good luck? Or do you have any leverage? You see Jim Cramer meltdown on CNBC?
Yeah, Citi today takes it to 130.
Yeah, but the president, the U.S. government got in. They could sell it and give that
and
the
according
number.
to the filings, the president's been trading some intel in the quarter. Yeah.
Trade.
Got nothing to say about
Well, yeah.
All right, don't worry. We're not having technical difficulties here, everybody, but we got to go.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. S&P 74.33. Don't go away.
Yeah, sure. That's how I would feel if I worked on CNBC as well, in fairness. It's bleak over here in the UK as well. 4 in 10 young graduates fail to secure full-time work 15 months after leaving university. Britain's youth unemployment rate's higher than Slovenia and nearing Greece. Nearing Greece. Good Lord. Financialization, folks. Sorry. The truth of the matter is, like, you just don't need full employment. Like, there's no reason why, strictly speaking, you can't just have 30% of the population be a permanently unemployed borderline slave caste. You could do it if you wanted to. The only reason you would want everyone to be gainfully employed is if you believed in the old economy, the old way of doing things. You know, people work for fair wages, or fair, right? It's still capitalism. People work for, let's say, respectable wages, and then the money they use circulates back into the economy because they pay their taxes and buy stuff. But no longer, right? We don't believe in that anymore. We don't believe in the velocity of money anymore. So now, like, why pay anyone at all? Why pay anyone for anything? UBI moment from Vosh. It wouldn't work because all that money would end up getting siphoned up anyway. You could give everyone a UBI, but like the system, it's still a tilted floor, right? It's still a funnel. That money will still eventually make its way into the stock market. UBI is a meme. It's not a meme. It doesn't fix the fundamental problem. You can distribute as much money as you want to the working class. Right now, the system is guaranteed to accumulate more and more money into the stock market. If you gave money to the working class, yeah, they'd spend it, but that money's not coming back to them again. It'll just end up back in the stock market. There's no way around this outside of, as I said yesterday, a militant level of taxation. The kind of taxation that would turn, you know, corporate offices into sandbagged, sieged castles. You'd have middle managers pulling grenade pins out with their teeth and tossing them from balcony windows to fight off the IRS that are storming the lobby. Whitest kids you know bit? Close, but not quite. That was a corporate acquisition. The stock market's doing good. Comfort line. Are there any countries that aren't financialized? I mean, all countries are financialized to some extent. I don't know what I don't know what they're doing in like North Korea or Eritrea or whatever, but like I'm sure they are to some extent. America and the United Kingdom are probably the most financialized real countries. Like the most money has been siphoned out of the real economy into the speculative economy. But oftentimes non-financialized economies are also quite poor. So, you know, it's an evil in both directions. The market's experiencing a historic run. The S&P 500's posted 8 consecutive weekly gains, the longest streak since 2023. Jarvis, pull up stock market activity and gains right before the Great Depression. Look at the global market cap of all companies since the bottom of the Iran war. It's up 14%. No, yeah. No, it's remarkable. It really is. Look at this. Just since mid-2023, the total volume of wealth held in the global market cap has almost doubled. Total market cap of all companies listed on companies' market cap. Well, we'll assume that encompasses most companies. And remember, all the money that you see here in some way or another represents money that's not widely circulating. It's not quite that simple. It's not a zero-sum game. But as I'm fond of saying, it's not an infinity-sum game either. I don't, Gilgo Bro. And somebody else asked earlier. This is partially from more companies being listed. When SpaceX gets listed, when they drop their IPO, this shit's going to look like a fucking... It's just going to be a vertical line up here, man. It's going to be crazy. Did you see how the NASDAQ changed its listing rules right before the SpaceX IPO to get it listed on the NASDAQ 100 as quickly as possible so 401ks can get dumped into it? Yep. Whether you like it or not, your retirement account is going to get dumped into SpaceX. Your ability to retire comfortably, 40 years from now will be determined almost entirely by Elon Musk's Twitter posts. So have fun with that. Dog, I'm literally never retiring. Yeah, well, you know. All young people like to say that. Out of curiosity, can you see what the U.S. economy looks like minus speculation value? That's really tough. You can take a look at total money supplies like M1, M2 and try to like parse those out, but even that doesn't tell us exactly what we want. You can take a look at like share of wealth as labor through wages. Like hold on, share of wealth as wages USA. Is that the term I'm looking for? I might be labor share of income. That's what I'm looking for. Labor share of income. The percentage of total economic output that goes to workers' wages and benefits is 54.1%, which is the lowest recorded value since they started tracking the data in 1947. But even this doesn't give us a perfect picture because it also shows you benefits, which means in a lot of cases, retirement savings, which means it's in the stock market. So even this is distorted. But share of labor compensation as a percentage of GDP is still a good way of looking at things. You can see it's dipped precipitously since COVID. Unsurprisingly, during this period of time, from COVID to now, the stock market has seen its greatest gains ever. Not just in total value, but as a percentage of its previous value. So, you know, you can do the math if you want. If you prefer. But as I said, even this doesn't perfectly fix it. Yes, stock buybacks made this problem much worse as well. Yeah, for sure. Because it meant that corporate money could be reinvested into its own evaluation. We don't have to do this thing again. But you're correct. All companies do now is inflate the value of their own damn stock rather than paying out their workers or investing in R&D or whatever. There's no point in... It's all rent-seeking. Nobody wants to build or buy or develop anything anymore. Everyone... The economy, in a real sense, is fine exactly where it is. It's all about tightening the screws to up the margins and how much money you make from things as they are right now. Well, anyway. The only other thing I'd add is speculative real estate value. Well, everyone knows the housing market's fucked. It's just worth keeping in mind that it's fucked even outside the housing market. National rent freeze? That's not a real thing. You're just saying words. That cannot happen and will never happen and wouldn't solve anything. It would break the economy. It's not real. You're just saying words. Yes. It's even more striking if you look at non-farm business sector, no? Labor share for all workers. Oh, this is a different measurement. Labor share for all workers. From 115 down to 95. Non-farm business labor share for... Am I misunderstanding what this refers to? Quarterly, all workers... I'm not sure if I understand what this refers to. I'll look at it later. No need for me to bother you all with that right now. How do you see the crash playing out? Will it be like 08? I don't know. You're not Dave Rubin and me, motherfucker. Who knows? Who knows? Estimating U.S. labor share. Math. Show me the chart. Show me the charts. Yeah. Labor shares output, non-farm business sector, first quarter of 1947 through third quarter of 2016. Just look at what Dave Rubin says and say the opposite. Related to capital or profit share, part of income going to capital. Oh, but it's not right because a lot of the labor share or wage share also goes to capital. No, even these descriptors are slighted to favor the interests of capital. You could theoretically skyrocket labor share just by putting out more money through like 401ks, which still go back into the damn stock market. That shit's still pumping up SpaceX. This is a good article about financialization. Nice try. I can't read. First sentence of definition, wage share over gross GDP. What do you... I know. We read that. What do you mean? Compensation of employees disclosing national accounts, balance of payments, statistics from the corporate accounts. Well, total gross pre-tax wages paid by employers to employees for work on accounting such a quarter a year. However, in reality, the aggregate includes more than just gross wages, at least in national accounts and balance of payment statistics. The reason that in these accounts, CE is defined as the total remuneration in cash or in kind payable by an enterprise to an employee in return for work done by the latter during the accounting period. It effectively represents the total labor cost to an employer paid for the gross revenues of the capital of an enterprise. Compensation of employees is accounted for on an accrual basis, i.e. it's measured by the value of the remuneration in cash or in kind, which an employee becomes entitled to receive from an employer. Contrast with other inputs production, which are revalued to the point where they're actually used. Different countries, what's included in CE might differ somewhat. Wage and workers compensated. Some countries does the Fred explicitly state what they're counting for in the share of labor compensation here? For more information, see this. Great. Interesting. You said the Fred? The Fred. Right here. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, which publishes this data. I didn't say the Fed. I said the Fred. Right here. See? For once, I'm not misspeaking. Damn page ain't loading, though. What am I even looking at? University of Groningen. What? Look at this later. Current national prices. Share of gross domestic income, compensation of employees paid, wages and salary accruals, disbursements to persons. Disbursements. Can I get a definition for disbursement? Man, look at that sharp decline. Jesus Christ. Like, look at how consistent it is. Disbursements are bonuses and benefits? Yeah, which would include, I assume, retirement accounts, no? Percent of U.S. GDP, not GDP, wealth pool? Retirement accounts make up a very, 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 very significant portion of the total amount of wealth in the United States. Total U.S. retirement account assets were, you guys want to take a guess? 49.1 trillion in late 2025, which represents approximately 170% of the U.S. GDP. Of course, this shit gets invested in the stock market, which means that if we're taking a look at shares of gross domestic income, whether or not we're including retirement accounts makes a massive difference in what this is. Like, it's very possible that this decline would be much, much, much sharper. Like both the slope and the y-intercept would be much sharper downward if we weren't including anything that gets automatically invested in the stock market. These pension and retirement savings holdings make up about 34% of all household financial assets nationwide, even though only about 54% of American households actually hold dedicated retirement accounts. Ooh. All that wealth and only half of American households actually get it. Look at this. Pension fund assets to GDP for the United States. So as you can see, between 2002 and 2020, the pension fund asset to GDP ratio has increased by 3 times. It has tripled. Which means that, again, we're taking a look at skewed statistics. It says that the share of gross domestic labor as GDP has decreased as such. But if we account for the fact that a significant amount of the disbursements that account for that labor share are going into retirement accounts, which get reinvested in the stock market, you're actually looking at a very, very, very low amount of money in the American economy that's actually circulating freely. Retirement accounts aren't liquid, after all. You're not, like, dispersing this wealth freely. 40% of the stock market's from the retirement accounts. That's why they invest them in the stock market, to bolster the amount of money that the capital class gets. You're not making crazy day trades. You're not insider trading with your fucking retirement holdings, but they are. The hedge funds that they're making these trades through are leveraging your money. Your wealth is going into it so that their shares are worth more. They get to make bigger, better trades because the whole stock market is being buffered up with the retirement accounts. It's an almost perfect inverse measurement of the velocity of wealth, isn't it? How much of our GDP is held up in retirement accounts? I mean, good Lord, look at this. 170% of the US GDP as of 2020 held up in retirement accounts. That's ridiculous. None of that money is circulating. $49.1 trillion just sitting in retirement accounts. Oh, earlier when I said Donald Trump isn't causing the problem, he's only exacerbating it, this is the problem that I'm referring to. Over-financialization / low velocity of money. This is exactly what I mean. All of this was happening under Obama. Trump won. Biden would have happened under Kamala. This trend continues upwards. It's continuing. It's not stopping. Trump wouldn't stop it. He couldn't stop it. No one can stop it. Precisely what I mean. The M1 velocity of money chart is apocalyptic. Yeah, part of it is because they changed the definition in 2020. But yeah, it's not great. Velocity of the M1 money stock. Look at what 2008 did. Look at what quantitative easing did. Oh no. Part of it is because they changed the definition, which sort of muddles the data a little bit, but we're still looking at, like, a very bad... QE didn't do that. It contributed! Retirement accounts are equal to 170% of the GDP. Does that mean there's more money in retirement accounts than the Americans' national debt? Yes. America's national debt is about 100% of the GDP right now. If I recall correctly, they added savings accounts in the M1 money supply when they were originally counted M2, which is stupid because M1 should not include savings accounts. It just shouldn't. It shouldn't. It shouldn't include them. Savings accounts do not have the same degree of liquidity as the other accounts measured in M1. What are you going to do? They did that because the Fed removed the 6 per month withdrawal limit, making savings deposits virtually as liquid as checking deposits, and in so doing, further muddled our ability to determine, like, the velocity of money in the current economy. Now savings accounts basically don't mean anything, The only savings accounts that actually operate the way old savings accounts did are the high-yield savings accounts that you can't pull money out from immediately. So, like, that's a whole different... Yeah, savings accounts barely generate interest anymore. So it's like, might as well just hold it in savings and treat it like a checking account. It's just... The post-2020 data not being comparable is frustrating because of the comical situation the capitalists are in right now. Elon went from around 150 billion net worth in 2020 to 800 billion today. We're living in an insane period. Yeah, we're like individuals. Some individuals possess wealth significant enough to make a dent in the global debt. I mean, it's so unequal. He'll be a trillionaire soon, maybe just in a couple of years. It's possible that the SpaceX IPO on its own will make him a trillionaire, the world's first trillionaire. As I've said before, of course, none of this has anything to do with Trump. All of this is just a consequence of financialization. The, factors influencing these changes have been set in motion. You know, they have been decades ago. They're continuing to be reinforced. It's just, you know, you get me. What the fuck is companies don't really do anything? Companies don't have to do anything to make money anymore. That's, you're thinking, you're left in the past, boomer. Oh, grandpa. You think companies make money by selling products and services? What are you, a fucking idiot? Holy shit, get with the times. Nobody makes money that way anymore. Clinton had a balanced budget, moron? We're not talking about budget balancing right now. What are you a bot? I don't understand the liberals in chat who don't. If you are, I'm being serious. If you are intellectually curious, okay, I'm going to lay this out to you, okay? The gift of Apollo has been tossed directly at my head. It's bounced off. It's left a well. Listen to me, okay? The world is going to keep getting worse over the course of your lifetime. Some ways in your personal life, it may improve. Maybe you get your life together. You stop doing drugs or whatever. You stop bothering streamers when they're making a good point. You improve your life. But the world at large will get worse in many ways. And you'll wonder why. I'm telling you why now. If you are at all intellectually curious about why this trend seems to continue getting worse throughout your lifetime, why is this bleak, this pall of despair, these storm clouds brewing consistently, whether or not the news of the day changes? Why are we observing a set of continuing trends through Clinton and Bush, regardless of whether the deficit is being paid off or whatever else, whatever we have a net deficit of 0 or a positive cash flow for the United States government? It's because that's not the nature of the problem. The nature is fundamental. It is a problem in capitalism. It's just, you would call it, it's sort of a dialectical resolution. The problem is that the external pressures to this dialectic, most notably the Soviet Union, no longer exist. And in the absence of an opposing force, the inequities and the inefficiencies and the irrationalities of this system have been allowed to metastasize to an almost apocalyptic degree. It's like, how do I put this? Without the ground to stop you, you accelerate to terminal velocity. There's nothing dangerous about the speed itself, only the acceleration or deceleration. Without the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, you have been accelerating. We have been accelerating towards the ground, but eventually we will meet the new ground. Balancing the budget is a tangential issue. Wealth of billionaires versus bottom 50% since 1990s. Yep. Not gonna lie, financialization plus the climate crisis has robbed me of hope. Well, that's okay. It'll I don't have a way to finish this. Sorry. My bad. Velocity of M2 money stock as well. M1 and M2. Of course, the ratio for M2 is much lower because we're including a much wider range of accounts to settle for the money stock, but still. Man, I really wish they hadn't changed that definition back in 2020. This makes it so much harder to get a clean read on the data. Still, a ratio dropping from 1.8 to 1.4. Oof. Can't you just move the line up? That'd be nice. AI capex is expected to hit 4 trillion in 24 months. 24 months? You think this bubble is going to keep going for another 2 years? I mean, maybe. Like, it's not impossible, but even rich investor consumer sentiment is bad. They see the storm clouds brewing as well. Most Americans, I'd say probably 99% of Americans, even the wealthy ones, even the ones who otherwise know what they're doing, don't know why the end is coming. But they still can sense it, you know, in the same way that animals can instinctually sense the coming of a storm, or fishermen or whatever. They understand. They can feel it. I still believe this decline in money velocity comes from declining birth rates and not from a nebulous financialization problem. Several problems with your assertion. For one, declining birth rates would still contribute to a disproportionate amount of money being held in the assets of the older people, the retirement accounts, which still contributes to a financialization problem on its own because that wealth is invested in the stock market. So, like, even if it's contributed to in part by the declining birth rate, that's still a factor. Like, that doesn't invalidate it. It's just a contributing factor. It's an explanatory variable, not like a null one. And also, the financialization problem is not even remotely nebulous. You betray your total inexperience with economic issues. Economists have been raising red flags about the financialization of the economy for decades. Seriously, just go read the Financial Times. People are talking about it, you know? Not just lefties, liberal economists, you know? People who only care about making money. It's not nebulous. It's a real thing. It's just that nobody talks about it because it's like the fish don't talk about water, you know? They cannot imagine a world outside of this. Even with my creative imagination, I'm afraid I don't see a way out for us. Not without a lot of pain. Bond yields are reaching 2008 levels. Nebulous financialization problem, my ass. Nebulous. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Of course, fish don't talk about water. They can't speak. You got me. Yeah, me when the problem is nebulous, yeah. Well, anyway. How do I sum all that up? Yeah, I think the most striking statistic in all of this is the fact that the total value of retirement accounts is like 170% of the GDP. The entire fucking economy is trapped inside retirement accounts. There you go. If you want to retire, watch this. Your viewers, including you, Ian, are basically... There's a very particular genre of chat message where people address me by my first name, and it always makes me wonder if they think that I, like an imp, can be controlled if you know my true name. It always makes me... Like, it is my... Everyone calls me Vosh. You know, people even in person sometimes, if they know me from my work. But it makes me feel like you think you've got me by the short hairs. It's just my name, you know? You can call me... I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe I'm just used to being called Vosh. Basically no future beyond the next 5 years. There's always a future. There's always a future. When the market does crash, is there any way to not personally get screwed? I don't know, because it's not just the market crashing. It's an unavailability of resources. We've never had a fundamental market crash, because 2008 was a market crash, but 2008 didn't represent critical breaks in the supply lines that allow us to live. Whereas the coming market crash alongside climate change may very well do that. So, you know, I don't know. I don't really know, you know? I don't know. The Netherlands have the highest ratio of pension assets to GDP at 213%. Yeesh. Still, that might not necessarily be an indictment of the Netherlands because it's possible that their retirement accounts are handled differently. Close this, close that, close this. How come there are like no crashes without just market manipulation fuckery? It feels like 2020 was a fluke. I'm not sure what you mean. It'll impact everyone, Luxra. The vast difference in China. China's 4 richest cities have a GDP per person that exceeds Japan's. Its poorest 4 provinces, meanwhile, are closer in income to Vietnam. Yeah, there's a great degree of inequality in China. That makes sense. What's a good way to handle retirement accounts? You want the ultimate red pill? Society just shouldn't have them because your well-being and ability to live as an elderly person should be guaranteed by the fundamental incentive structures and provisions of society, not because you've been slowly accruing a bubble of wealth that sits useless in an account for 50 years. Retirement accounts, like, conceptually are stupid. Old people should just be allowed to live. They should be through government, incentive programs or grants or whatever you want. There's a million ways that you can do this. They should just be allowed to get the services they need. But by relying on them to just hold a bubble of wealth their entire lives that they then quickly burn away as soon as they hit 65, it's economically senseless. All it does is remove money from the economy. Your economy would be much healthier if all the money that was being saved up was simply spent normally, and then when they're older, the government just pays to keep them, comfortable and accommodated. That makes way more sense because the consequence of them saving up the retirement account their entire life is that a significant portion of the money that makes its way to them doesn't get reinvested in the economy. They don't buy things with it. They don't spend. So, no, there shouldn't be retirement accounts. Short interest on U.S. stocks is at multi-year highs. Probably all of the shorts that are being pulled out for petroleum. Like pensions? Well, sure, but a pension from the government. It shouldn't be tied to your employment. You can call it like an elderly UBI if you want. You can call it the decommodification of essential services. You could give all elderly people the equivalent of like food stamps, where they with like outside of money, they just get an amount of food or housing or whatever just by virtue of existing. The government just provides it to them. There are many ways you could do this, but retirement accounts, just expecting people to save up a bunch of their money and keep it in a bubble, is an economically senseless way of managing the wealth and the well-being of the elderly. The only reason we do it is because that retirement money is invested in the stock market, which enriches capital. That's it. The only reason we've settled on this objectively inefficient system that keeps money out of the economy, reduces the velocity of our currency, and depreciates the overall activity within our economy is because it enriches capital. Our GDP would be much higher if we didn't have retirement accounts. And by much higher, I mean like fucking significant percentage, like potentially 50%. I'll just spitball it. If we didn't rely on retirement accounts, if elderly people just got what they needed when they were older and they were free to spend their retirement money normally as they grew older, our GDP could be 50% higher. It could be 100% higher. I don't know. I'm not magic. I can't see the future. It could be much higher. But the way we're doing it right now is just irrational. Yes, Generalis. Yes, the decreased velocity of wealth is the ultimate problem that we're facing right now, alongside climate change, of course. QE is a much bigger issue for velocity of money. One bad bitch at a time, okay? One bad bitch at a time. Americans barely save for retirement as well, and yet the total value of all retirement accounts is 170% of the US GDP, nearly $50 trillion held in retirement assets. So... everything on earth, all wealth, all sense, all politics, all policy has been skewed to favor capital. Everything from the rise of the sun to the spin of the atom, the pull of the electron, everything in existence has been tilted to serve capital. Every statistic we use to measure the economy, every term that we've developed, everything. Explain like I'm 5 quantitative easing, or should I read the wiki article? Just read the wiki article. Speaking of capital, look at the Dems. I'm gonna straight up auto-Kirk, man.
This better than the deal Obama got with Iran?
So we haven't had an official briefing, but this is what I'm seeing that has me so outraged right now. Is the
straight about the, sorry about the desync.
The president said he went into this to deal with their nuclear program. This does not deal with that. Before he became president the first time, they had no highly enriched uranium. They had sent it out. Now they have it because of him. Number two is he criticized roundly that the deal that got rid of their nuclear program, or at least their highly enriched program, involved getting $50 billion for Iran. Well, already the president's balance sheet is letting more than $14 billion go through, that during this conflict he allowed them to sell oil. And this deal alone, easing of sanctions on Iran, allowing them to get billions of more, the same deal he criticized, he's already doing worse than. Giving Iran more money, as he has said, will allow them to do things like fuel their terrorist proxies. That's why this war is wrong. He's got us in a situation that's worse than it was before, a more extreme regime. The Strait of Hormuz now is a leveraging point for
just straightforwardly neocon talking points. This is why I'm so damn bearish on the Democrats, man. The Democrats can't even decide whether or not they're against the war. Like the reasons for the war. Like the Democrats seem to dislike the war because it was done stupidly, not because it's bad. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What the fuck is my feed right now? Sharp whiplash, man. What the fuck is this post? Lizzo quoting a fat fetish art account thinking it's body positivity. Am I going insane? Is this another like Gen Z sex negativity thing? Fat fetish art account and body positivity are not mutually exclusive terms. What? Aren't you being positive about fat bodies if you think they're hot? What do you think body positivity means? The normalization of finding fat people sexy is obviously a component of the broader social normalization of being fat. That's a component of positivity. Why people treat fetishization or like specific attraction as though it's innately dehumanizing when that's very much a conditional situation. It's not always the case. Discourse, discourse, discourse. This too is why the world is ending. Weird puritanical woke. Yeah, it's actually like bad for fat people to find them hot or whatever. I don't get it. Hasn't seen the kid from Gameaverse Goon accusations, has he? I mean, I have. It's just not really interesting. Why do you think Gen Z is so sex negative? Because they're not having any. Bizarre. All right, well. IPOs to have the biggest year ever. Jesus Christ. SpaceX might actually push this up further. Oh, God. YouTube chat's arguing about QE. How's your cat? We don't see her that often anymore. I swear to God, the cats show up on stream like every stream, basically. What's a QE? Don't worry about it. What's an IPO? Initial public offering. I think. Probably. Election fraud, more perfect union video. Yeah, election fraud's happening and it's not good. It's just, I don't know. I have to say my interest in the topic decreased once I convinced myself that we're not living in a meaningful democracy anyway. You know, it kind of seems like it seems like accusing somebody of cheating when you're all playing Calvin ball. I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit too much cynicism. It's not like anything's going to happen. Okay, I'll watch the video.
The internet and White House are teeming with conspiracy theories about secret plots to steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, this is the real thing, and it's been hiding in plain sight. All that talk about stealing elections and undocumented immigrants voting.
The Democrats cheat, Republicans don't cheat.
It's actually a cover for something deeper and more insidious.
This may be the most important executive order he's ever signed.
Republicans have to win this one.
We've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls.
This myth of non-citizen voting appears to have been a billionaire-backed, funder-driven effort to make it harder to vote, which increases the relative power of wealthy donors.
This is all about class war. As the economy tanks, working people are becoming more and more fed up with a government co-opted by financial elites, big tech, and energy companies. At the same time, the billionaire class is working to silence any dissent to their massive tax breaks, shredding the social safety net, and mass surveillance. Just last month, conservatives on the Supreme Court, most of whom are linked to billionaire-funded dark money.
I feel like a lot of this is just going to cover the beats I'm already familiar with. Even if the editing's nice. You were right last stream, by the way. More market manipulation from Trump. Deal with U.S. not imminent, Iran says. Yeah, more market manipulation. Price of oil dropped, etc., etc. But this one was, in my opinion, particularly funny. Like, the way in which Trump pulled the rug for the 50th time this time was really, really, really funny, because now he's arguing explicitly, and I really can't believe this is the direction that he's going, that no deal with Iran until every Arab country signs the fucking Abraham Accords, which is insane. Like, we were just watching that goddamn, not Dave Rubin, what's the other fuck? Not Michael Knowles, what's the other fuck? That other guy talking about how, guys, Trump definitely isn't Israel's bitch. Benny Johnson, thank you. And now Trump posts this fucking behemoth of a Truth Social where he's like, no, actually, I refuse to unfuck the Strait of Hormuz until every country on earth acknowledges the state of Israel. God almighty, look at this! Negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran are proceeding nicely. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before. And nobody wants that. During my discussions on Saturday with President Mohammed bin Salman, a wide variety of figures with names of varying pronounceability. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Unbelievable. Genuinely, truly unbelievable. Like how susceptible this man is to Netanyahu. Just literally, like Lindsey Graham went in there and did one little, like, Southern hoopla for him, and that's all it took. Oh, this deal? No. Every single one of you has to... The Israelis are warning they're about to airstrike Beirut. For every drone used on Israeli soldiers, 10 buildings in Beirut will fall. This is being talked about in Israeli media, not a single mention in American media. This is obviously Israel trying to collapse the talks. Israel doesn't even need to strike Beirut to collapse the talks. Trump's doing fine on his own. He's explicitly stating there will be no deal until every one of these countries sign the Abraham Accords. What the fuck? Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain. It may be possible that one or two have a reason for not doing so, and that will be accepted, but most should be ready, willing, and able to make the settlement with Iran a far more historic event than it would be otherwise. The Abraham Accords have proven to be, for the countries involved, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan, a financial, economic, and social boom, even during this time of conflict and war, with the current members never even suggesting leaving or taking so much as even a pause. It'll be a document respected like no other has ever been signed anywhere in the world. Its level of importance and prestige will be unparalleled. It should start with the immediate signing by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Saudi Arabia responded to this, by the way, saying, fuck no. Like, we will drag our balls through the glass for the United States to some extent, but we are not signing the fucking Abraham Accords. So, you know. Document signed. In speaking to numerous of the great leaders mentioned above, they would be honored as soon as our document is signed to have the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of the Abraham Accords. Me, when I want Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz until the next century. I think Iran should sign the Abraham Accords, actually. Me, when I'm trying to make a deal. I think it would be bigly if they signed on as well, if they acknowledged Israel. Just sign the Abraham Accords, bro. This will be the most important deal that any of these great but always in conflict countries will ever sign. Nothing in the past or in the future will surpass it. Therefore, I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords, and that if Iran signs its agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it would be an honor to have them also be part of this unparalleled world coalition. We might as well just nuke the Strait at this point. Mandatorily requesting. We should, like, I don't know what we could do to more fuck this situation. Read this if you want to laugh. Netanyahu admits difficulty influencing Trump decisions on Iran. Oh, it really shows. It really shows. If anything, it shows just how fucking entitled Netanyahu feels, that even with this degree of, like, permanent Israeli rape on the mind and body of the American people, that he's still complaining he doesn't have enough influence. Like, Trump is straight up saying, I want Iran to sign the Abraham Accords as a precondition for this deal, and Netanyahu's still bitching. All they do is bitch. That's all they know how to do. Bitch and whine. No fascist government has ever been this whiny. I genuinely think that, like, earnest diplomatic efforts with Nazi Germany would have yielded more rational diplomacy from their people than we get right now from Israel. I genuinely don't know if there's ever been a government connected to the West that has ever been this openly anti-rational. It's insane. Nothing is ever enough for them. Fucking Abraham Accords, man. Jesus Christ. Give me a video on this. Essay posting. Have you noticed in your analytics your popularity has been climbing the last few months? Nah. I'll take my dubs where I can get them, though. I saw a hate post of me on Twitter, and I looked in the comments, and some people were saying I'm hot now. I'll take what I can get. We're so back. Just...
And this ceremony will take place just hours after President Trump addressed ongoing talks to end the war with Iran. In a Truth Social post, he said all Middle East nations are taking part in discussions should, quote, immediately sign the Abraham Accords or not be part of the deal. Yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said an agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be reached soon.
We're still a work in progress. As I said, we thought we might have some news last night. Maybe
Men of the West, is this how you think we ought to look wearing white dress shirts? Look at this. It's fucking disgusting.
I wouldn't read
Does this look good to anyone? Is there a single person on earth who thinks this looks fashionable?
Into it. It takes a little while to hear back. So we have what I think is a pretty solid thing on the table in terms of their ability to open up the straits, get the straits open, enter into a very real, significant, time-limited negotiation on the nuclear matters. As the president said, he's not in a hurry. He's not going to make a bad deal. I mean, the president's not going to make a bad agreement.
But the Iranian regime
He'll
is
go
tempering
along with whatever he
expectations
wants, or whatever Trump wants, as long as he gets Cuba.
of a solidified deal. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said today the Trump administration is causing, quote, problems and obstacles with frequent changes in positions and contradictions. Meanwhile, CBS News senior White House reporter Jennifer Jacobs is exclusively reporting that Iran's supreme leader is currently holed up in an undisclosed location. U.S. officials say he has little access to the outside world and can only be reached by couriers. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins me now from the White House with more on this story.
It's still crazy how Iran is the rational actor in this. Again, at the end of the day, it comes down to economics. Iran has a real, rational, invested interest in its own continuity because Iran is a real country with real people, with real economics. Their money and their wealth and their interests and everything are tied up in real physical things and services and transactions, and as a consequence, they are interacting with reality. America is almost entirely speculative at this point. Everything in America is a phantom. Nothing happens here. There are no goods or no services. If you think you recently purchased something from a store, you're wrong. You didn't. You actually speculated on it. Nothing here is real. So, naturally, everyone in power is completely detached from reality. What are you going to do?
So, Nicole, what are we hearing with that possible deal with Iran? What is the White House saying here? And what's actually in that draft?
Well, again, I think we're still in this mode.
Is there any point to invading Cuba? Yeah, it'll get Marco Rubio's dick hard. What do you mean? Are they just desperate to have seen as having done a good war? No. They just want to kill. Marco Rubio just wants to kill people.
Deal or no deal, what we do know is that it appears that both the U.S. and Iran have reached some consensus around a few principles, if you will. In fact, just yesterday, a senior administration official said there wasn't an agreement in principle between both sides, although overnight Iran said no deal is imminent. But what we have learned, according to a draft of a memorandum of understanding that we have reviewed, is that the general outlines of this deal would be, for instance, that Iran, of course, must commit to giving up its nuclear weapons. That has been a key objective of the president. Of course, this would also be on the condition of having a 60-day extension of the current ceasefire so that the U.S. and Iran could negotiate the parameters, if you will, of how, for instance, Iran might dispose of its enriched uranium.
Western media continues to talk about this deal as though it's a real thing. If there was ever actually going to be a deal on the table, Trump would never mention the Abraham Accords. What an insane thing to mention right now. He only brought it up. He only remembered they existed because Netanyahu told him to. There is no deal. There will never be a deal. Nothing is real. It's all over. It's already over. It's the insistence from Western media to treat this as though it's a real negotiation and not toddlers playing in a liquid pile of their own feces is just, it's insufferable. You're actually made stupider. Like, the normie, uneducated opinion on this, which is that Trump is just a pedophile who has no idea what he's doing, is much closer to the truth than what you would get by being a midwit watching CNN or MSNBC or whatever all day. Do you believe there will never be a deal, though? I mean, the Strait of Hormuz the conditions there have to change at some point, but it's very obvious that Trump is not engaging in behavior that is designed to open the strait right now. Like, the conditions will change eventually, but I think that America and the West broadly might have permanently ceded power in the region. I don't know if that'll change, like, at all. It's possible that it's just a new normal. There will never be a return to normalcy.
So that is one part of this. And then the other condition to this is that Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and that in turn, the U.S. would likely lift its blockade on Iranian ports. Also, Iran, U.S. and allies agreed to end all military operations and refrain from threats and using force. So those are some of the terms according to this MOU. But again, still remains unclear how close the U.S. and Iran may be to signing some type of deal. As I mentioned, Iran has already said that nothing is imminent. And even U.S. officials acknowledge that if a deal is finalized, it could still take a matter of days because, to your point, with respect to our reporting around the Supreme Leader, he is holed up at an undisclosed location. So any sign-off, of course, has to go through him. But just the process of reaching him through this series of couriers could take some time to convey the terms of this deal, to get approval or not get approval, and then to communicate that back to the United States. So there's still a lot of moving pieces and parts here, but certainly the good news is that
pension fund assets to GDP for China. I was worried for a second because I can see the line climbing, but then you take a look at the damn y-intercept. Look at that, man. Remember, in the United States, retirement assets make up $50 trillion, or about 170% of the total GDP. Here's pension fund assets to GDP for China. Pretty big increase, right? Well, right now it's at 2.2%. Line has gone up to a sweltering 2.2%. Their money's actually moving around. God bless them. No wonder they've managed to lift so many people out of poverty. 2.2%. Jesus Christ. How do you hear all this and not get hopelessly depressed? Because I live for my own enjoyment and I don't attach my personal emotional well-being to the goodness or badness of news that you see in the newspaper. You might have the best day of your life the same day nukes fall on Washington. You might have the best day of the best day of your life when the nukes fall. You might have the worst day of your life when Trump, has a heart attack. You got to live for your own sake. Learn how to cook.
Both sides still appear to be talking.
Nicole, just want to ask you quickly what lawmakers, particularly Republicans, are saying about this potential deal. What would make this a success?
Yeah, that's right. Well, there has been some pushback from lawmakers, even within the president's own party, from the likes of Senator Lindsey Graham, although ultimately he says he supports the president's objectives here, to folks like Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina are among those who have been kind of critical of this deal. The big concern here is that obviously everyone wants to get out of this war, but there is concern that in terms of the terms of this deal, will this be any better, for instance, than what the Obama administration negotiated previously in terms of the JCPOA, which, of course, the Trump administration got out of that agreement. So was it worth having this war just to get back to the point where we were previously? That's really the general concern that both Republicans and Democrats have expressed. However, the president has really pushed back at his critics, in some cases calling them losers, saying they don't know the terms of this deal.
Okay, Nicole Killian at the White House, thank you. And a reminder, we'll show you live coverage of the president marking Memorial Day in Arlington, Virginia, once that wreath-laying ceremony begins. And for more now on the back and forth with Iran, we're
Hey, Chanel, good to be with you. What is Iran saying? That is the question. Look, Iran is essentially pumping the brakes on things a little bit. Over the weekend, it really felt like a deal was imminent, that they were going to sign something. And then
it really didn't. It really didn't. Literally at no point did Iran say they were even interested in making this deal. At no point was there ever a deal on the table. It was all made up, and you perpetuate this lie.
Next 24 hours or so. And now it feels like we might not see something happen until the end of the week. But as you were saying in your introduction, our Jennifer Jacobs has some really interesting reporting about why things are moving so slowly from the Iranian front. And a big part of it has to do with its supreme leader. You'll remember the former supreme leader was killed on the very first day of this war, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. His son was installed soon afterwards. But we haven't seen Mujtaba Khamenei at all. We haven't seen from him. We haven't heard from him. All we've had is written statements read out loud on state TV. And in Jennifer's reporting, we've basically found that essentially he is being sent communication through a series of couriers, which is why it takes a while for him to respond to it. That said, I've been hearing from my sources inside Tehran that so far anyways, the supreme leader is responding relatively positively to many of the things that are being agreed. But
Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, based on my sources. Yeah. You know, he's cool with it. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous, man. Watching this stuff just makes you stupider unless you have the right framework for analysis. Just makes you stupider. Christ alive. Are there any terms Iran would actually agree to? I don't know. You ask Khamenei. What am I, psychic? Meteor streaked into Mayon volcano in the Philippines. The volcano was erupting. What? This the kind of shit Hannibal sees before he turns around. You know? If oracles delivered this news to a Roman general, they would set their swords aside and put an end to the campaign immediately. God almighty. All right, how much politics do I have a heart for right now? Let me see. What do we got in the feed? People complaining to liberals, and liberals complaining to people. Girl with two tongues. Drop site news. Vibe session. Heat wave. Apparently a place in India hit 55 degrees Celsius. Sure, man. Why not? Beach day. $133 degrees Fahrenheit? Gotcha. Somebody link me this over email. I want to take a quick peek. Matt Bernstein and Vigeland speaking with Mallory McMorrow.
Why
I don't know how much of this I can tolerate. I just want to take a peek.
do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody...
Wait, is this the one where she said everyone should have an Iron Dome? Like she just gave up on defending her positions and she was like, sure, fuck it. Let Gaza have an Iron Dome too? Oh, God. What's the timestamp on that?
Should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean hello.
It's so fucking unserious, man. No one's even trying.
For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny.
Look for 564. Okay, gotcha. 564? Wait, 564? That's not a timestamp. The seconds don't go beyond 59. What? 564? What? What? What?
Block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it.
She has kind of a sitcom face, doesn't she? Mallory McMorrow, like a character on Parks and Rec or something. She has kind of that, like, you know what I mean? That like beady-eyed desperation of a C-list celebrity giving it their all.
So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
But it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. You know, what I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning. That the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question
Capital subsumes all which critiques it, man. Jesus Christ. Zionism subsumes all that critiques it. Cuomo up there in the debate stage. Yeah, I'm here to take on the establishment Democrats, you know. I'm here to bring in a new system, man.
I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with
Jesus Christ. It's so sure Medicare for all. Let's ask about Medicare for all. Let's see how establishment and how outsider you are.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, you know, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, you know, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for all or universal health care. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal health care, and just ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say, like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible. So, okay, perfect.
You know, sorry, you're welcome.
Jamie?
Some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
We can't have single payer because Donnie Trump would ruin it or something. So we have to instead have private corporations who are all run by people who are friends with Trump do it instead.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure.
So what does she even mean? It's like, actually it's reactionary to support single payer healthcare because Trump would control it. What?
So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, you know, why fund...
Could you elaborate it then?
fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not what I've experienced in
just tell me what you believe, please.
Governing. You know, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state level public options. And
okay, public option isn't single payer, for one. For two, the way you get there is by being a fierce advocate for a good thing. Like, you don't stop supporting desegregation because it's unpopular in the mid-50s. The way you get desegregation is by fiercely advocating for it, even when it's unpopular. Democrats never seem to get this because, of course, they don't actually believe in anything. They'll shift their support for a position based on whether or not it hits the 50% margin, except, oh, wait, massive healthcare reform is universally popular with Americans. Democrats still won't take the fucking bid.
In those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal health care as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. You know, I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have health care. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe, is the best way that we can get to universal health care as quickly as possible.
That's not universal health care.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So
keep in mind, if you want to know what the future of a public option would look like, look what's happening to Medicaid right now. We already know what happens when the government runs a single low-quality healthcare option available largely to people who can't afford the better private options. We already know what it looks like. Removing the income limitations on Medicaid would open up the floodgates to enrollment, which would be prohibitively expensive, not only because the government's still paying market rates for the healthcare that they're, you know, paying for when you use Medicaid services, on a statewide basis, but also because it would drag the average cost of those services up over time as higher quality, parentheses, wealthier Americans stay on their private programs, meaning private programs would remain the higher quality option and everyone else would get the fucking dirt. And the dirt would get more expensive, and we're already at like 100% of the US GDP as debt. So, you know.
Almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
Oh my God.
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone.
I say lots of things.
This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it in Michigan. That's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs. Here in the state, I'm on the Appropriations Committee in the state Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula, and now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done, while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power, what we're going to propose, and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually...
She's not saying anything, of course. Politicians, when they're like, well, Medicare for all sounds great, but a public option is more viable in the immediate term, when you then follow up with, okay, so if it was viable, would you support single payer?
Implement a policy that restores healthcare for people as quickly as possible.
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, you know, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, you know, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for all is I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for all is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer.
Also, a public option would have more problems than universal health care. I fully believe that a public option in the United States would bankrupt us like 10 times as hard as we're already headed towards the bankruptcy cliff. I feel like we would hit that wall way the fuck sooner if we did. The problem is that every time you fall and scrape your knee and get a boo-boo, it costs $1 trillion to get a Band-Aid. That's it. It's fun. Pete, you can make up whatever bullshit you want. You can pretend that there's some kind of rational back-end process. The fact is that healthcare administration and insurance are hyper-bloated, and every time you incur any medical cost, it costs literal orders of magnitude more than it should. And if you introduce a public option, the only thing that means is that the government will be paying that price with your tax dollars. You just want single payer. You do not want to have to go through a private corporation, a private hospital, whatever else, and all the magic price inflation bullshit they do in the back end in order to get your health care. You just want the government to provide it with government services. It is mathematically superior to the other approaches. The amount of rent seeking in healthcare is fucking apocalyptic because it is an inflexible demand. The demand is inelastic. Private healthcare should literally be illegal. Yes, it should. If you as a child fall and get a boo-boo and your mother puts a Band-Aid on you without first signing a form through the government should show up and arrest her.
Medicare is currently, it's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right, a single payer system, Medicare for all in the legislation.
But that's not single payer, that's nationalized healthcare. Single payer is not. Single payer means there is only one place that you can go to get your healthcare, which is through the government. Or I should say, to pay for your healthcare. But even if you were being offered those hospital services from a private entity, they would have no choice but to pay rates set by the government. Like, the government would be the only mediator in town, if that makes any sense. I apologize if I mischaracterized single payer earlier. I think I might have slightly. The point is, if the only way that you can get healthcare is by going through the government has the essentially like a universal right to set prices because they're the only way these hospitals can sell their services, meaning the government can drive these prices way the fuck down by cutting through unnecessary administrative bloat. Oh, you can't afford to pay government set prices with all that bloat? You have to cut the bloat. The word you're looking for is monopsony? Yes, monopsony, thank you.
And as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for all plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer.
How do you accurately set prices within a market? There are plenty of government services in America and out of America that are capable of interacting with private price setting without needing a market. Like monopsony, monopsonistic forces are not always like irrational or don't always lead to, you know, destruction. I guess the problem is that we can't even trust the government as it exists now to meaningfully negotiate prices on your behalf.
Largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare?
Yes, the VA negotiates prices, but Medicare does not. Yeah.
Medicare for All.
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know.
So again, like this is gobbledygook. It's nonsense that only politicians believe in. So your support for a thing that you think would be good is dependent on whether or not others agree with you? That makes absolutely no sense. Do you only support the legality of gay marriage if other people agree with you? Can't you just say, I think this would be good and I will fight for it, but if it's impossible for me to get this outcome, I will fight for an improvement that is not necessarily as far as I want to go? But they don't actually support the thing they're saying that they're being prevented from supporting due to a lack of public support. It's ridiculous. Also, yes, single payer is, depending on who you ask and how you phrase it, quite popular with many Democrats.
I have constituents today who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof, and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratory.
Medicare for All enjoys very high support among Democrats, with recent polling showing that up to 78 to 90% of Democratic voters support a universal government-funded single-payer health insurance system. 78 to 90%. But still, we do this meandering and flip-flopping. It's been popular for years and years, but every Democrat politician has a gun pointed at the back of their head and a person behind them whispering, you will pretend that this is some marginal extremist position. In spite of its overwhelming popularity, everyone, they all pretend that it's not popular.
Stories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago.
Yeah, because you can't do it at a state level. It doesn't make sense at a state level. You need an overwhelming monopsonic force. You need the government, the federal government, to be able to put their foot down and set prices. It doesn't work if it's just state level.
They couldn't figure out how to pay for it, and they couldn't figure out the implementation. Where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care.
No, public option is not universal health care. It's literally not universal health care. It's definitionally not universal. It's crazy how America's healthcare system is so fucked that we've rewritten definitions to the point where merely being able to get on a healthcare program is universal healthcare. That's the definition she's trying to normalize. Universal healthcare, you mean where everyone has the legal ability to pay for a health insurance program?
So that's how I approach policy, is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible?
Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to...
You got to go harder. You have to put your... Listen, 78 to 90% of Democrats support single payer. Do you agree with them, or do you think they're wrong? If you could get that support, would you agree with them? Of course she doesn't. She doesn't, because she's a corporate pawn, a tool of the Zionists.
My heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American, as a human being, is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, you know, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El-Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel, and your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask...
And you know, quietly filed a little fucking position sheet for AIPAC, which their supporters described as excellent.
Ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that...
How interesting. A Jewish state versus a Palestinian state, where in one she describes a specific ethnic / religious / cultural / racial group, and in the other one she describes a national group. How interesting.
The flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop," and that Hamas must, quote, "disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state." You also
must Israel disarm?
Support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, you know, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries.
Not because he doesn't want the money, but because he doesn't think it would be reliable. What? Oh yeah, I'm in favor of us cutting aid to Israel, but only if Netanyahu wants to? What?
So I...
Of course I'm okay with cutting aid to Israel. Netanyahu's given me permission to have that opinion.
Support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems, but I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are like clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of like your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation.
I noticed she stopped with her insipid fucking nodding at every statement.
Of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
This is something we only do with Israel, by the way. In literally every other country in the world, U.S. politicians feel comfortable setting conditions on or making demands of certain behaviors regarding the treatment of their own people. Like every American politician feels comfortable saying that China should or shouldn't do that to the Uyghur Muslims or the Hong Kong protesters. Like, can you imagine if a U.S. politician was asked, hey, do you think it's good that China's like brutalizing Hong Kong residents, you know, back when it was happening, still is, but you know what I mean. And they were like, I don't think it's my role to say that. Yes, the fuck it is. You're a politician. You're allowed to have you literally get to write and vote on laws which determine how we interact with other countries. The Leahy Agreement, like that shit's your job. What do you mean you don't have an opinion? It's not your role to have an opinion.
that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace and security and self-determination for Israelis who all live in the region and have to
some illegally even
figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that
killing each other.
It's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists.
It literally is. That is literally your job. The nature of our relationship with other countries is dictated by laws and treaties and provisions that you vote on and write.
But it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks in a way that...
How many dead children do you think would be rational and proportionate? God, I hate this woman. What a disgusting piece of shit.
It's horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times. And that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not.
How heartwarming.
For me, I'm somebody, you know, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear...
It's remarkable. It's just nothing. There's literally nothing there. It's completely empty and vacuous. If I'm to take any joy at all in the collapse of the West, which is both happening right now and impending in much worse terms than our present right now, I will say this. At the very least, the collapse of the West will make extinct this brand of politician. They will no longer exist. It will be impossible to maintain this degree of aloof unawareness when the pillars are crumbling. It just won't be possible. The world will be too scary. The conditions will be too bad. It won't be possible to talk like this anymore.
What you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries, I understand that, but I think it's important to dissect what a 2-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States role, a legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to...
So no answer. Like all Democrats, her role is to be a non-existent entity, a power vacuum, so it can be filled by the wills of their masters. Corporate interests, Israel, Republican fascists. Every non-answer given by a Democrat leaves room for a real answer given by a fascist, which is why they give no answers.
Push back, though, a little bit on, you know, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation. I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today.
Let's acknowledge how stunning it is. Why are you running defense for the Democratic Party? You haven't even been elected yet. Why are you you're a candidate. Why are you a hype man for Schumer's Senate Democrats?
My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted.
Never Israel. Don't say Israel.
This ongoing war against Palestinians,
Not
against
a war.
Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress...
Calling this a war would be like calling the Holocaust a war because of the damn Warsaw ghetto uprising. It's not a war.
Holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba.
She just looks so fucking inhuman, man.
And the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. You know, there are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it is like to have...
Example number 50 trillion of lived experiences and all that other woke one idpol bullshit being used explicitly as a tool for reactionary interests. The lived experiences of people are irrelevant. The opinions of your constituents are irrelevant. It is a fact that what is happening is a genocide. It is a fact that what is happening is apartheid. You can defer to the varied experiences of as many, let's be real here, representatives from Jewish interest groups in Michigan. As you can do that all you want. It doesn't change the facts that matter. Like the same shit Gavin Newsom did. You know, oh yeah, we called Israel an apartheid state. 5 seconds later, the Jewish interest groups reach out, and then he's like, "Well, nope, didn't say that."
my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And
an appeal to lived experiences is and always has been an excuse to allow your opinions to be willfully shifted by the worst people with the worst opinions possible. You don't need lived experiences to inform your beliefs if your beliefs are informed by, reality. If you just believe the things that are correct, if you examine the world and look for evidence to support things that are factually true, the lived experiences of people are actually largely irrelevant. Most people are stupid and shouldn't have voices to begin with, given voices only to test the patience of better men. As that one tweet said. Their experiences are irrelevant, their opinions are irrelevant. Do the correct thing.
I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check.
And if you disagree with me, by the way, how would you feel about a politician saying they don't necessarily support gay marriage or desegregation, but are instead opening their door to listen to the varied voices and opinions and lived experiences of all of the people, white and black, gay and straight, in their state? Oh, I don't support the thing that's morally correct. I'm instead deferring to a wide, indistinct range of opinions, which, trust me, I won't selectively pick from. How would you feel about that for any position which you already have a strong opinion on?
Their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community, that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on.
Not just jibber jabber. It's also like the objective opposite of the truth. Your job as a representative in the United States Senate is in fact to impose your will through lawmaking on other people. That is literally your job. Pretending that it isn't is just dishonesty. That is your job.
A little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a US senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome.
Their nodding drives me insane. They're not human. They have been, everything human about them has been worn away by special interest groups, consultancy firms, lobbyists, and presumably the fucking Democratic Senate Commission reaching out to strip whatever remains inside of her. It's nothing. It's media training designed to make them inhuman. Again, this is a position uniquely bad with Democrats because Republicans are capable of being evil while holding consistent positions. You can't be a Democrat and hold consistent positions while being the way that she is. You can't be nominally progressive while believing the things that she believes. So she has to thread the needle and believe a bunch of, inane bullshit about how it's not her place to have opinions or whatever. Republicans get to be consistent because they're consistently evil.
I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you.
God help me. God fucking help me, man. God tests my patience every day. Every day is a test. I hear you and I see you. Every day is a test.
You can imagine this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where...
Every day, really. Do you ever resolve this conversation out of curiosity?
We have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition.
As my master Netanyahu said, he doesn't even need it. So maybe it would be okay to not give it to him.
That they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. You know, I am not
fucking God
so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind.
No, we can tell. We can tell you're not tied to any viewpoint in particular. No. Don't worry. No. We know.
And when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, why do
I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, I can't. Democrats don't even tell you they're advocating for good things anymore. They just look at you like this. It's like I genuinely can't do it. It's insane. I would know more. I would not prefer her to a Republican in the Senate. I simply don't care. These people stand for absolutely nothing. Genuinely, people like her are worse than Republicans. I believe that. At least the Republicans, in their consistent belief for evil, present a uniform political project that can be opposed. This is nothing. This is like the gray goo of politics. Self-replicating, nanomachines that do nothing other than spread the establishment consensus. She ends up deflecting from Gaza by asking Matt Bernstein about his family relations in regard to anti-Zionism. Wasn't it like 33 minutes anyway? Aren't we there?
Funding to Israel's defense infrastructure. What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed.
What was the timestamp again?
I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome?
Yeah. Okay, when is Matt asked about being Jewish or whatever?
To the Palestinian?
Genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us.
Sorry, guys, they got the copyright. Guess they really are good at business. They got the copyright on the word genocide. My understanding was that it described behavior or like an action or a set of policies, but it turns out it exclusively refers to the Holocaust. Check the U.S. patent book.
Apart from each other. And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States and by extension Israel is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not as important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, you know, it
depends on the family member.
And it's tense, but ultimately, I assume, you know, you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have, you know, different levels of, you know, Zionist indoctrination and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations.
It's all just conversation. It's not, you never arrive at a point. The money keeps on moving, the blood keeps on flowing. Conversations about Medicare for all, about single payer, about this, about that. Conversations while you're raped to death. I love to have conversations while I'm raped to death. Her husband worked for AIPAC, by the way. Did he? Interned for AIPAC early in his career. Wow. Classic. I don't want to do this anymore, guys. I can't stand this. I can't stand these people. The West falling is a good thing insofar as it removes these people from power. I gotta take a piss, then I'm gonna read donos, then I'm gonna decompress with some fucking RE9. Who's with me? Who's with me? Hoorah! All right. I have no idea. I'm so happy I got this shirt. I know it was pricey, but goddamn, man, it's so cute. I love the little yokai all over it. Hey, speaking of me being responsible and not buying stuff that I want to buy, fucking John Lofgren got some new drops over at Blue Owl. I'm gonna lose my damn mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. You don't even know. You people don't even know. You don't even know about the Wabash Engineer boot in Horween Chrome XL Black, do you? No, of course you don't. Don't look at the price. I'm not buying it. It's summer. I'm not buying engineer boots. Look at that. It's all right? Yeah, it's all right. Gorge. Israel's resuming military aggression against Iran. Oh. Are they really? Are they really? Can I not just play video games? Oh, fuck. 3 very loud blasts have been heard in Bandar Abbas in southern Iran, with the cause not yet known. 3 explosions reportedly heard in Bandar Abbas, Iran, with additional blasts reported near Sirak and Jask in the Persian Gulf region. Live UA map, Iran. That's all we have right now. Without any more information, there's not much I can say, so I am going to go on with reading donos. We might return to this when we have more information. Ay. Oh. Who cares? That's what I'm saying. All right. Panic Stasis and Wax Newman, thanks to the tier 1 subs both. After 2 years, I finally got a new job. Nice! Good on you, Panic Stasis. Hell yeah. Silver Solus, thank you for the $5. Can I convince you to do a segment on ponchos? I don't know if I'm going to do a segment on those. Ponchos are great. They're very practical. It's just they're not really like... They're a very ethnically specific fashion item, so a lot of people probably aren't like keen on them for that reason. Semi-Locon, thanks to the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Squid, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Fuck it, getting the bougie sub. No kidding, and you look good with it. Lane the Goose, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Dialectical Daddy, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I've seen you flex that yellow name in chat today. Thank you. Looking good. Really appreciate that. What a coincidence, Rhaegar. Is this video too kind to Bellevue? What is this? I've seen this one. I've seen this video. It's very fucking funny. It's so true.
Every year, The Economist publishes a list of the least livable cities in the world, with mostly war-torn and developing places like Damascus, Dhaka, and Lagos topping the list. But did you know that the worst city in the world is actually right here in the United States? This is Bellevue, Washington, the first known human settlement with no culture of any kind. The 200,000 or so people who live in Bellevue and its surroundings have subjected themselves to a Truman Show-esque simulacrum of a progressive urban existence without any of the benefits of such a lifestyle.
They're calling it Washington's Bakersfield.
If you've ever been to San Francisco, Portland, or Seattle and thought to yourself, man, I would love to live in a place with these same housing prices, homelessness crisis, traffic, and tech bro infestation, but with none of the urban amenities, art scene, or cultural vibrance, then Bellevue, Washington is right for you. Bellevue's citizens are divided broadly into 2 castes, those who invested in Microsoft in the 1980s and those who work at Microsoft today. The former live in the city's sprawling, sidewalk suburbs, or if they're lucky, in the neighboring city of Sammamish, aka the Bellevue of Bellevue. They live in the ugliest, most Minecraft-ass houses you've ever seen in your life and spend their days in an all-out, protracted legal and political war to impede the progress of the entire region for the sake of their own housing prices. The lower caste live mostly in one of Bellevue's hundreds of 5/1 apartment complexes with names like City Center or The Distinction, all of which are united by having the scientifically most hideous possible gray vinyl flooring, comprising the first human dwellings to be made entirely of plastic products. All Bellevue residents, though, regardless of their caste, are proud Labradoodle dog parents, love boba, and drive white Tesla Model 3s. If you would like to live in a city that's as expensive as Singapore, but with the nightlife culture of Baghdad...
AI voice. It's worth noting that his voice makes this whole bit legitimately like 3 times as funny, so you shouldn't complain about it.
Bellevue might just be right for you. Let me know in the comments if you've ever been to Bellevue, and follow for next time when we find out if Vancouver, British Columbia might be somehow even worse.
It's fucking funny. An office park disguised as a city. Yup. I Eat Sprinkles, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Funding for your future fashion purchases. Don't let me down. I won't. I promise. It'll get there. Don't worry. Kowalski, thank you for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. WPG Squirrel, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. So up here in Canada, we're laying down a Victory Garden. Not hoping to live off it, but we already have the canner and dehydrator. Nice. So, you know, it's good to supplement. If nothing else, I think the real benefit of having a Victory Garden is that it can, you know, supplement your mental health a little bit so that you don't, you know, form any suicide pacts when Western civilization collapses. There's a benefit. There's a benefit. Brian Desu with the $10. For some strange reason, I'm having an uncontrollable urge to go out and buy a nice, refreshing can of Coca-Cola Cherry Float. It's pretty cold over here in Seattle today, but if you're in the UK, I could see it. Legit Box, thanks the tier 1 sub and the $15. Finally applied to my Uni of Dreams, Howis DAE, after getting a recommendation letter from a pretty high-ranking person at Mojang, feeling so fucking jolly. Nice! The Mojang rec. Hey, whoever you know from Mojang, tell them to, like... Sorry, I was about to LARP. I don't actually play or care about Minecraft. But nice! Nice, nice, nice. Not all alpaca, thanks the $5. Ha ha ha. I'm in the Bible Belt, not really looking forward to trying to convince the people I rely on for transport that danger is real and urgent before we all die. You should be making contingency plans. Not everyone's going to make it. It sucks, but not everyone's going to make it. Tills, thank you for the very kind $20. Hey Vosh, macro econ / monetary theory are interests of mine. I think you could benefit from more precise language about wealth, money. Can email if interested. If you're in chat and you want to correct, listen, it's a complicated world, and you want to correct some of my terminology, feel free to, but an email is going to go in one ear, out the other, you know? There's always more information that I could have about fucking monetary theory, right? Not to suggest that it's not useful, but, you know. Pointed corrections, or additions. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Zionism better be in the DSM-6. It is insane that we are ramping up to a very legitimate, like, Western civilization collapse because of Zionism bit being in history books. Like, people are gonna, 1,000 years from now, people are gonna be asking questions in class about it, and that's gonna be like a correct answer on the multi-choice sheet. Fucked up. But I warned you. We're so fucked, man. Breaking, U.S. oil prices extend losses and fall below $90 a barrel for the first time since May 7th. The irrationality of the market, man. Jesus fucking Christ. We're never rationing. We're so fucked. The short interest is going to go to like 5%. Wait, it's going down. How is that bad? Because short sellers are deliberately pushing down the price in an effort to, A, buy a dip and speculate, and B, artificially depress the speculative price so that people don't freak the fuck out about the situation in the Gulf right now. The actual availability of petroleum is still down. This doesn't fix the actual availability. By continuing to keep the speculative price low, we're essentially just guaranteeing that none of the buyers of this market actually start pricing in the lowered supply and start reducing their consumption likewise. Right now, I genuinely believe a rational market would be pricing WTI crude oil futures at like $200 a barrel. You would want to, because then people would start reducing their consumption. You want to slow roll the build up to the shortage so that people get used to having less oil. But not now. Not now. The Icon model now forecasts peaks of 40 degrees Celsius in Gironde for this Friday, May 29th, 2026. In a stable climate, such an event would naturally occur once every 1,000 years. I'm sure it's fine. 40 degrees Celsius, man. In fucking France. Is that like 115? 40 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. 104 in May in France. Hello, love. Yes. Okay. Good. Love you. Do jumping jack. Wait. No kitty. Fuck you. Mesmerizing, truly. All right. Now everyone can get a migraine while I finish reading super chats. Super chat. Super chat. A Blinken and Pale Data, thanks the $2 both. Flop Angus Republic, thank you for the $5. I really am curious if this deal with Iran is legit. I'm not. It's not. Trust me. Solpelt Du, thank you for the $5. Vosh, did you see the Pope's encyclical and Chris Ola's papers on the future of AI and how it must be used? No, I only heard people talk about it. Apparently, the Pope is calling for jihad against AI. Fine by me. Sounds good. Diego B, thank you for the $5. Still live, thanks to the $5. Fashion rec question, are there any good or decent hiking boots you can recommend? Or at least a brand that makes them well? Danner makes really good ones. Limmer, if you want like really, really high quality ones. But honestly, like you can probably find really good hiking boots if you just go to REI and find stuff that's not $90, you know? The availability of high quality clothing is a lot more robust and easy to parse when you're looking for tech wear specifically. If you're looking for stuff that's robust and high quality and fashionable, that's harder to get. But if you want like a good sun shirt or good hiking boots or whatever, you can find plenty of good stuff at REI or whatever, you know? We're better at making tech clothes these days. Is it unhealthy that I eat one meal a day, then immediately exercise all the calories off? Well, you can't be exercising all the calories off because then you would have net negative calorie intake in the thousands every day, and then you'd die. Yeah, you'd be dead. Oh, my partner's pointing out that you can't shop at REI right now because there's a strike going on or something. Union called boycott. Start your own stream. I would say it's unhealthy to feel like you have to do that after eating. Here's a general rule. You should never, ever exercise calories off. That's not how it works. Half an hour of running is like, what, a Twix bar? Exercise is something you should incorporate into your life as a way of being generally healthier, and you should moderate your eating to more or less match your needs daily. You should not be exercising as a punishment to like inefficiently burn off the calories that you've accrued by eating the yum-yums, you know? Thursday Heritage Captains? Are those hiking boots? Hiking boots is a specific kind of boot. You don't want to just get any old sole. Excuse me. Yeah, these are not hiking boots. Look, many types of boots and shoes and so on will work just fine if you want to hike. You don't, like, need hiking specific boots, but I would not wear these on a hike. See these soles? These are very shallow treads on the soles. This is not grippy for the purposes of hiking. Does Vosh ever not talk about fashion? You are a fucking, It's not fashion. We're talking about hiking. I at no point have I involved aesthetics in this conversation. I'm only talking about a tool that makes it easier to hike. Now, if you want the absolute top end of American hiking boots, you probably want to go Limmer. The Limmer lightweights are stellar, and this is a hiking tread. See those deep grooves? That's going to get you a grip on the tippy top of a rock on the trail, you know? Limmer lightweights are famous. Stellar boots. They also have a bespoke program where they measure your feet and make shoes that fit your feet perfectly. They look very nice. I agree. Yes. Got a custom boot making program. Made in America. Yeah, for 520, I would at least expect that. No. The 520 is buying them off the rack. It's much more expensive than 520 if you want them custom fitted. A lot of labor goes into these boots. But they'll last your life. Oh, the price, never mind. Well, if you were the kind of person who hiked very frequently, you could buy one of these and then have hiking boots that fit you perfectly and were extremely durable and comfortable for the rest of your life. So, you know, like, think of how much money you've spent on a phone or a game console or something. Yeah, I would recommend the lightweight. I don't know anything about the ultralight. Until the sole wears out a year later, though. Ha! A year later? Somebody's been buying their shit from Shein. You get your boots from Temu? A year? The lightweights from Limmer? What are you doing to it? Hiking on a rotary sand pad? What are your hiking trails on? A year. Ridiculous. Well, anyway. I believe I'm caught up. Guess that means it's time for some Resident Evil 9, huh? Uh-huh. Oh, I'm excited. Remember, if you're going to spend money anywhere, let it be on ergonomics. Chairs, shoes, bed. Very important. You like Chelsea's? Yeah, I've got a pair of Chelsea boots. They're like my most worn boot. I wear them all the time. I wear them kind of like I wear Western boots. Yep. Steel Caser Herman Miller, whatever you prefer. That boot company has an 18 to 24 month backlog on custom boots. Makes sense. They're extremely high quality, and they are the selected favorites of a very small group of hobbyists. All right. Oh, man, that's a mess. All right, let's clear this up a little bit. Shotgun shells, handgun. Make some handgun. What'd you finish on yesterday? Well, we just found Not Wesker meeting with Grace up there, and then Mr. X came out, and we shot him in the face a couple times, then ran out. And now we're about to go do some other shit. 10,000. Yeah, why not? We're heading to the orphanage because we found out that Grace is one of many clones that were produced by an orphanage. That's what we're up to right now. Alright, how do we get out of here? Is it this way? Yeah, we're heading to the White Woman factory. Thank you. Thought they said Grace is the original, everyone else is a clone? Nah, because we saw one of the clones was born and lived before Grace was even born. So Grace is just another one of the clones, I believe. Probably one that escaped. Unless time travel's involved, which, you know, it is a Resident Evil game. What's in this direction? Let me see if there's anything new. Hey, we found something. We found lots of shit. Damn! 60 machine gun ammunition. Holy fuck, I'm glad we came back here. And a med injection. Oh my god. Favorite cigarettes after sex song? I don't smoke. Okay, the reason I mag dumped so inefficiently there is because I thought one got up behind me too. Oh, they did. Oh shit. Give me light. Give me light. Oh, too much light. Alright, we fixed it. Silver finish scope. Does that take up space in my inventory? God damn it. Of course it does. Who are the zombies in military gear? They sent a tactical unit over here to try to recover Elpis, whatever that is. These are the remnants of that tactical unit. Does it go on the rifle? Yeah, but we have an upgrade that makes the rifle do more damage. Cute bear charm. If we don't have a scope on it. A charm for shotguns. Increases mid-range firepower, sacrificing close quarter potency. Nope. I only use the shotgun when I am mid-sucking the enemy's dick. I need my nose pressed firmly against those short hairs before I'm using the shotgun. Save point. There was a save point there? Or wait, no, it's because we're underneath the... Yeah, because we're underneath the police department. Favorite kind of beer? I like cider. I don't really like beer. Gunshot kendo. Been a while. I'm not a beer boy. Do you like anything? Cider? Pussy? Poignant. Oh, Leon.
Terminate. It's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us. I'm so sorry.
Leon, you've saved the world multiple times. Well, maybe not the world. You've done good, Leon. I don't think you should be remorseful.
Never again.
I think that when you're as over-accomplished as Leon Kennedy, when you see scenes like this, you should be able to go, damn, that sucked. Good thing I dedicated my life to making things better for everyone. You know? Like, aw, man, this sucks, but, like, at the same time, I'm also literally the fucking GOAT. You know? I'm just saying feel a little more peppy, you know? God, I have so many healing items. New shotgun? Is this, superior to the other one? Hold on. I think it is. That gun be shooting? It might be shooting. I want to go back though. I want to see. Because otherwise I want to sell it because it's taking up a lot of inventory space. That's not how Survivor's Guild works, but okay. Oh, really? Also, hold on. Not everyone gets Survivor's Guild, though. That's not like a universal phenomenon. Sometimes people are like, damn, that shit sucked, but I'm trying my best. Also, Leon Kennedy is not a survivor. That would imply that he just lucked out in surviving. He fucking fought for his survival. If you played RE2, he wasn't just the guy who got lucky and just the bullet hit someone else but not him, okay? He objectively suffered more than, like, every other person in Raccoon City who died, right? I mean, he's still fighting. It's been like 20, 30, whatever years. It was his first day on the job. He was only 20,000 days away from retirement. Or whatever. Okay, definitely an improvement with this one. Okay, let's, yeah, swap over the... No, I have to purchase these. Wait, did I waste money on the other one? Can I sell the W870 Police for the cost of the... Only 3,000? Okay, hold on. Can I remove the other... hold on. Did I not understand how this works? I thought the upgrades were transferable between weapons of the same... Unequip? Okay, some of them I can unequip. I feel like I might have misunderstood the... Hold F? No, hold F is to equip or to enhance. Hello, love. Can I help you? Yeah? So do I want to commit to these upgrades then? Maybe try it out first, see if you like it better. Its upgrade potential is only marginally better than the 990 TAC. Maybe I should just keep the 990 TAC. Like, if you compare... Yeah, fuck it. I'm just selling this. I can buy it back if I want to. $9.90 looks cooler. Fair, fair. Hup. Any huppers in chat? So how are we doing, folks? Apart from the whole end times thing. Terrible? Skill issue. That's not true. Palestine is a stock exchange? Well, that's not good. Maybe I am anti-Palestinian. No, that's a joke. I assume the market cap on the Dubai Stock Exchange is relatively low compared to... I mean, everything's low compared to the US. You dropped 20 pounds? Thana, you dog! That's pretty dang good. Good going. My weight loss has stalled for so long. The problem, like, there are many little problems, but the big problem is that, I have no real motivation because I'm in a relationship with a beautiful partner who slaps that shit back nasty style and is beautiful. So, like, the motivation to lose weight before was motivated, at least, like, in part by vanity, but now I'm like, every time I eat a burger, my partner's like, ooh, you're gonna be big and round. Ooh, big and round. I love your big round chud belly. And I'm like, well, fuck. How the fuck am I supposed to lose weight in this environment? I'm being told to stop talking. I love you! They can hear this, right? Maybe. Oh, I should have gone forward. So much ammo. Are we about to fucking fight a boss, man? Basketball court. Yes, the more muscle you have in your body, the higher your metabolic, or your basal metabolic rate, the faster you lose weight. Hello, Mr. X. Hi, yeah, I see it.
Fuck me.
Many would. Stupid fucking game.
I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
Not with that little thing. Oh, okay. Thanks for reminding me to parry. Nice. I think I found the weak point. Hold on, big shot. Turn around, bitch. Turn around, bitch. Turn around. Oh. No, fuck. Ah, run. Yeah! What are you up to? Nope, didn't get that one. Didn't do much damage though. Yet? Maybe? Leon? Whoa! Oh! Hurry! Yes!
Not.
Yep. Right behind. Oh, get it. Get the hit. Get the hit. Yes. Ah, yes. Oh my god. Look, we fucked that guy up. Maybe. Did we kill Mr. X? Nice.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
Like the lesson here, I do like it, I guess, I don't know, narratively, thematically, that Leon circa RE2 could not handle this guy, but circa RE9 he can. I like it. It's like an acknowledgement of his growth, you know what I mean? He'll return. Yeah, no, I know, indestructible, blah, blah, blah. But like, before, he was an insurmountable obstacle, and now we're an action movie hero. We fucked him up, by the way. I feel like I'm happy I got those 2 early parries off, because I feel like the timing on those might have been a bit tight. Anything else hiding around here? Okay, I think we got all the items here. We have so much ammunition, dude. Jesus Christ. And so much health. Look at this! We have 10 med injectors. Ridiculous. The game's just handing it to me for free. Yeah, we didn't even use the Requiem. Save? Well, when we get to a save point, sure.
Made it.
Now that orphanage is really just down the street, huh?
I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
The weather has been weird the past couple of days, Nuts. Weirdly cold. Or maybe not weirdly cold, but the weather's like fluctuating quite a bit. Why don't you use the auto sort feature of the inventory? I don't know. Why don't you, have you ever seen the hit film Click by acting talent Adam Sandler? You want to automate every feature of your life? We do not need 41 shotgun shells. I'm gonna start using them. Damn, it's dark in here. Probably, yeah. Thana, a little bit of contrarianism circling around. Circling the drain. Time to suck some dick. You said it, brother. No? Wait, can I not? Oh. It's quiet. Wait, it really is, though. Soon we're gonna see them freaky little girls what scared the, Grace clone. Hmm? Thoughts on perfectionism as a concept? I don't have thoughts. That's why I get so much done. Run out of space, man. Predictable outcome. Hold on one second. If I'm going to have the door open, I should probably... One second. All right, you rapscallions. Oh, all right, sure, new threat. No?
Seriously.
Always some shit going on, man.
I guess this is my stop.
Oh, and that's why you were able to beat Mr. X so easily this time. How are you doing with the end times? Happy knowing my clothing will be durable to the end. The map here is very abstract, no? Aha! Need more scrap. Oh. Yay! Yippee! We have fucking... God, we have so much, big gunpowder. We gotta sell some of that. A little bit Winston Churchill. Do we even know what Ethan looks like, Holic Master? How can it be pretty privilege if we don't even know what Ethan looks like? We do? Ah, well, what do I know? His face was shown in the DLC of Resident Evil 8. No? Was it? I never played the DLC. So much ammunition.
BCA left something behind.
He's just a white guy? You can't be saying that shit anymore, man.
It just keeps going.
Yeah, no, is this still... Are we still at the orphanage? Like, we're here for the orphanage. Does that necessarily mean we're here for the gigantic chasm underneath the orphanage?
Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
All orphanages have giant chasms. That's how Epstein ferries them out. Didn't get a beat on that very quickly, huh? Ugh. Still tracking those kill points, even for the plant things. Very dynamic, modular tracking system, huh? 3 handgun ammo in exchange for 1. Wonder how it smells in there. What if it smelled good? You know, earthy and fresh, like new rain? I can't, like... No, okay. I feel like I'm in a Dark Souls map. Hey! Fucking spooked me there, huh? I'll make a hand grenade. Ba-doop-boop. Craft every possible item with Leon. Yippee! I love achievement hunting. Whoa! What did I do? I guess there are traps to look out for, huh? I'm looking out. I don't really know what to look for. Another med injector. And a Requiem bullet. Nothing there? Nothing back there? Okay. What? I don't understand. That shit just be coming out of nowhere. Clearly, I have to be more careful. Probably meant to be jump scares, but they are damaging me. Okay. I think I see this one. So what do I do about it? Okay. Simple enough. Now that I know what to look for, at least. Movement. Another large gunpowder. Really?
This VOWS really over.
Defeat all of the Plant 43 seedlings. Kind of weird the game would tell me that I've defeated all of them, but okay. Are there that many people running through here without having killed all of them? Like, they're not exactly hiding. More handgun ammunition. Where's the... The thingy? Oh, I see it. It sounds like the noise is coming from up here, which is why I turned that direction. I thought I was surrounded. It really sounds like it's coming from behind me. See, I don't know if you guys can hear that. It really sounds like it's coming from behind me. Why does the... Am I hearing... Am I... Oh my god. I had my earbuds in the wrong... I had them reversed. No wonder. Okay, so it's not me. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's why I kept looking behind me like that. I thought, okay. Ow. Armor broken. Not sure how I... Should I be parrying these, perhaps? Okay, I have confirmed that I cannot parry those. Through extensive, repeated, scientific... What am I... Am I, like, stuck in the ground here? Top gaming content? I don't want to hear it.
Stubborn weed, aren't you? Time to burn you up from the roots.
Yeah, I have no idea. No idea what the... I was trying to time it for the parries. It feels like you're supposed to roll, but this game doesn't have the quick time events that RE4 had. Moving left and right. It just feels like he's so slow. I think I might have been underestimating how much space I had to move around in.
This must be it.
Now we've got a bunch of rifle ammunition, so I guess we'll use that. I believe so, Thana. I wonder which sinister corporation could be behind this. They really did have an unlimited budget, huh? Umbrella Corp could never exist, not because corpos aren't evil, but because in America we just can't build at this scale anymore. Umbrella would go bankrupt long before the contractors they had paid to complete the evil underground lair had finished.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Door still has power.
You're telling me.
What's your opinion of the parry mechanic? It seems a little bit overpowered if you learn how to use it properly. And I'm not saying that I have. I'm just saying it seems like if you get a handle on parrying, you're a god. Isn't that the case in all games with parries? Yeah, which is one of the reasons I'm a little... See, it works in Sekiro because it's built around it. But, probably don't want to shoot that, I'm guessing? Maybe? Possibly? This is what I mean about, like... It's nice that you're making the items visible on the map and all, but realistically, could you possibly look... Like, look at this. Nothing about this stands out from a distance. I would only know about it because it shows up on the map. And it showed up on the map even though I didn't even get close to it. So it's like, maybe just make the items you're meant to find a little bit more visible. You're not really hiding them, you know? Yeah, just paint them yellow. Whatever. Just give them a glint. That's what they did in the original Resident Evil 4. Oh, boy. We're clean! Always gotta get to the damn lab section. Anything back here? Did I check? Nah, it's blocked off. Okay. I hear a thingamajig. Wonder how many of those we gotten. Or, I guess, more pointedly, how many of those we've missed. Happy birthday, Diggy Sows. Save? Only Jesus saves. Not upgrading the Requiem. Or not replacing the Requiem, I should say. Miss my fall girl, Grace. It has been a long time since we've seen... Okay. Since we've seen Grace. Well, not seen. Since we've played as Grace. Much longer than I expected it to be. Like, I thought we'd be switching back and forth between their gameplay a little bit more, like we were back in the sanatorium. But ever since leaving then, it's just been Leon, Leon, Leon all the time. Leon! Help! So where are the zombies gonna pop out of, you think? It's not like they can dig out through the ground. Green herb. Breakable container. More large gunpowder over there in the corner? I see you. Duck and weave. Alright, here's where we fuck everything up. This is the White House ballroom. We can't build this.
Where is that? Okay.
Oh shit, humans? Oh shit!
I'm getting a feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Good thing I repaired my body armor. Fuck. Shit. Ow. Sheesh. Cool. Like, actually super cool. Did I get them? I don't think I got them all. Maybe I did. That was kind of frantic. That felt... That's a good gameplay switch up right there. That felt good. From, like, a critical gameplay perspective, I was worried when they ran in. I was worried that, like, they would feel like zombies. You know what I mean? Like, they would just run in and they wouldn't feel different to fight, but they immediately took cover. That felt good. Oh, no. Get up here. Get up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Your AI compels you. I know you want to. Patient motherfucker. No! No, up! Up! I didn't mean it! Is that him? Yep. Also appreciating the fact that they're not huge bullet sponges, considering the fact that they're, you know, humans. I feel like there should still be some, considering the fact that the music's still playing. Whoa! Hey, hey, not fair. Oh, not fair. Nice. All right. I have a solution. That'll do it. OP. Nice. That felt really good. I think I saw him holding an axe out beside the shield, so I'm pretty sure the solution to defeating him there would have been like a parry, you know? Wait for him to swing the axe and then, thingamajig? Bioweapon pod. Do I dare?
Liquor.
Oh, cool. What? Oh, did that do it? That was 30 rounds to the face. I think you could unleash it on those soldiers, Lamel. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, more to keep in mind for when I do this in hard mode, huh? Back through here? Back through here. Nice. I thought Umbrella wasn't a thing anymore. We dug up their hidey hole, it seems. I'm selling exactly 1 large gunpowder. Why? 'Cause I can, I suppose. I think that's not Umbrella, that's BSAA. I think BSAA would be on our side here, though. I think these are just Umbrella's elite, you know, corpo military guys. Oh. Prometheus?
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored.
Just like real life.
Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
You're missing some context from lore? Sure, fill me in. What am I missing? BSAA has been using bioweapons. Chris finds out at the end of RE8 some background shenanigans happen. Is this from the RE8 DLC? As previously stated, ARC is focused on bioweapon research and development, utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with terrorized strange. BSAA's attempts to eradicate ARC. We're in ARC right now. The development of a new bioweapon based on the hard data final stages. Bioweapon for a weapon of America. Yes. Code CMG002, price 30 million. Umbrella Corporation's Cerebus has been further enhanced and enlarged, resulting in increased combat capabilities. The liquor. Gotcha, Winston Churchill. Thank you. For that and for all you did to defeat the Nazis. Even if you kind of agreed with them on a lot of things. Plant. Only 10 million? Only 14 million? These are some cheap bioweapons, huh? Tyrant. $120,000. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting to the... Code Nemesis. Price negotiable.
Backup is on the way. Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target.
Oh, shit! It's a guy. Sure. It feels so weird to be fighting humans, you know? Probably not, like, fully human, but... Oh, shit, this guy's cool as hell.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Okay, I'm getting parried. I'm getting killed. Can I, like, ow, get away from you? Oh, shit! Oh my god, he's that guy. He really is that guy.
Perfect.
He's gonna make me hit F. F, I'm pressing F already. Oh.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about it.
How sweet.
Oh. Damn, this guy's fucking goated. Whew. Novice tactics will have little effect against the highly trained commander. Okay. Okay, alright. No, yes, okay, okay. He might be him. You remember Hunk, right? No, people said Hunk. I don't know who Hunk is. I thought Leon was the Hunk.
Neutralize the target myself.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Oh,
worry about it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yeah! Get him!
Sneaky bastard.
Get a little handsy, are we? Make no mistake, nothing will stay.
Fucking him up! Yeah! Holy shit, we got an upgraded axe. A formidable instrument of death, it has taken countless lives and is steeped in a long bloody history, has exceptional parry capabilities.
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Sheesh. Well, so much for my initial assumption that I wouldn't be upgrading my axe at any point.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
We're almost out of shotgun ammo. We burned through our reserves pretty quickly. That guy was cool as hell. So who is he? Hunk? What is it? Which game is that?
Grace should be nearby.
RE3?
Get some answers.
Gotcha. Is he human? Is he a pure human? Did I just fight a real human to death, or is he some kind of like juiced up? Yes? Alright, cool. I respect it. Hi.
Grace, this is where we are.
Mm-hmm.
The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since.
Grace, what are we doing?
This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Well...
Aren't we fancy?
That is such a funny fucking gun. Maybe we can't beat him.
Don't move!
Well, what are you gonna do?
Oh, wait!
Shoot yourself? Yeah, okay, here we go.
You still need me.
Now we're cooking with olive oil. That was the Requiem. Sick. Was that important? Was that expensive?
Come on! Grab tight!
What are we? I feel like he could have stopped us here.
Oh. I got you.
Alright, yeah, sure. Did we break it? Is it broken? I don't even know what this is.
Me? I feel like $1 million.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as
Yeah,
mine.
if he can dodge bullets, I feel like he should be able to teleport behind us and fucking Sudoku our asses.
Time to get off. Come on.
Okay, speaking of power scaling, and that's exactly what this is, a power scaling convo, there is a version of this inconsistency that I like, which is having super speed does not necessarily mean your brain can keep up with it. So you can dodge bullets in the sense that you can physically move your body faster than the shooter can react to your movements, but you can't, like, control that process, really. So you can do something like bolt across a large distance super quick, but you couldn't, like, deftly fight in hand-to-hand combat, because if you tried doing that at super speed, you just slam your own fist into a wall at Mach 3 and break every bone in your body, you know? There's a version of this that I like. However, not Wesker should be able to come down here and fuck us up.
What now? Leon. Leon!
Oh, in the poop hole. Grace time. Yeah, I get it. Lights off for Grace segment? Yeah, sure.
Leon, are you okay?
Come on.
How long was I out?
I don't know.
5 days.
A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so
Which
sick,
version of the T-virus?
why would you come here?
Grace, are you stupid? What? What else would I do?
This place.
He doesn't even answer. He's like, what?
Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference.
You kind of...
So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
I just feel like the guilt of the protagonist is an overmined emotional exploit in a lot of media. Like, it's like, rather than try to dig at a more complex or nuanced emotion, you have people who really shouldn't be feeling guilty. And I understand guilt's irrational, feelings irrational, but like, if it's irrational, how much am I meant to relate to it? He's traumatized. He's been backflipping his way across the 7 seas for decades now. He saved the president's daughter. He has single-handedly destroyed entire zombie cults. You know what I mean? And also, Grace also hasn't done anything wrong. I feel like if you want some emotional poignancy, I want you to dig at something a little bit easier than like, why couldn't it have been me? Because if it was you, the other person who survived in your stead would be less goated. You know what I mean? Wouldn't you feel guilty if the same thing happened to you unironically? No? It was his first day on the job. He survived because he's fucking goated. What do you mean? Guilt? He's dedicated his life to fighting against Umbrella. I feel like survivor's guilt makes the most sense when, like, through circumstances entirely beyond your control, you survive, but people you care about die, and it's literally just luck separating you and them, and you feel like you're wasting the potential that was given to you. Like, to me, survivor's guilt would make sense if Leon was part of, like, an elite anti-zombie crack team back in Raccoon City, and all of his more competent teammates died, and since then he kind of like fumbled his way through, and his guilt is like, fuck, if any one of them had lived but me, they could have done more. But that's not what happened with Leon. He was a beat cop on his first day, and then he ended up being that guy. Any other person in Raccoon City wouldn't have been that guy. He was that guy, and he's continued being that guy for decades afterwards. You know? So I feel like it's just like, if you want emotional poignancy, you have to run at it from a different angle, because it's just not that legitimate here. And you can say like, well, you could feel guilty anyway. Yeah, but you could feel anything. He could be fucking horny. Oh, well, sometimes people just feel horny. Okay. Sometimes people just feel survivor's guilt. Okay. I want to follow through and relate to and understand the feelings, not just... He just doesn't see himself as that guy. That's stupid. He's an action movie protagonist. He backflips his way. Like, he solved multiple conflicts by firing a rocket launcher at the chest of the zombie leader. Like, anyway.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
He just doesn't seem like the right kind of character to be having that feeling, you know? Hello. Oh, shit, we get to see Leon from POV. Hi. Can we get the Requiem back? He just feels guilty over not saving absolutely everyone, I guess. I know, but, like, that is objectively stupid. And you can be like, okay, well, people are stupid sometimes. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean it's going to be satisfying narratively. That's my point. Like, narratively, I just don't think it's satisfying for an action movie. He's like fucking... It's like getting a guilt, like a survivor's guilt feeling from in like the Predator movies or something. You know what I mean? It is an overdone trope. I feel like every protagonist is guilty. You know what I mean? Every protag in every series is guilty, no matter how much they're like, oh, why was it me? Why couldn't have I done more? And the shit they actually did was like save the world. Wouldn't him having all these superhuman powers put more pressure on him? He's not superhuman. He's literally just a human who tirelessly works day in and day out to protect the world from umbrella bullshit. Just show a bit of confidence. I feel like Ethan is a much better candidate for survivor's guilt. You want a Duke Nukem protag? Dude, he's doing Duke Nukem shit. Like, whether or not he acts like Duke Nukem, he's doing the shit Duke Nukem is doing. I just don't see how one would be able to say, oh yeah, I did a lot of other stuff later in my life, but I don't feel guilty for my past self now. I genuinely think you're being dense. What the fuck are you talking about? He has literally never not been that guy. He's always been doing the most. He's nothing to feel guilty for. And the thing that separated him from his colleagues back in RE2 wasn't luck. It was him being fucking goated. It wasn't like he was with a team of super competent cops and like they all spared him, or like they were like shoving him down the river like baby Moses or whatever. You can survive. Let you survive at least. He's always been goated. It's an overdone emotional trope. Stop arguing with me.
Look, there's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it, though.
Like, you could climb over that. You get what I mean about every protag being guilty these days, right? I feel like it's an attempt to make characters more vulnerable, but like, I don't know. If you're going to give a character an overriding emotion, it has to be justified in the context of the narrative. And if you're just throwing it in there because anyone can feel any way, then like, okay, sure, anyone can, just anything can happen.
Guess we're about to find out.
Leon could die of a pulmonary embolism right now, I guess. I mean,
come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
If they redid the original Star Wars trilogy, Obi-Wan would be like a grizzled, mournful veteran whose every other line is like a remorse over failing to prevent. If they don't say it's Anakin turning into Darth Vader, but like obviously later that's what you find out he's upset about. Like every other line would be like, I have to help you, Luke, to make up for the failures in my life, the people I've let down. And it's just fucking tiresome, man. They kind of wanted to make a parallel with Grace. She also feels a lot of guilt because of her mother's death. Okay, but that's also dumb. Okay, listen, how about this? If you want a character whose main emotional through line is guilt and resolving guilt, have them actually do some bad shit to feel guilty for. Why is everyone who's guilty? Have them do some bad shit then. Have them do a bad thing. If you want guilt to be the feeling so badly, have them do a thing to feel guilty for, rather than just relying on like, well, people irrationally feel guilty. Yeah, okay. Like, engage a little bit. I feel like everyone is so morally Puritan that if they had Grace actually do something bad, that's all anyone would ever know her by. Like, how about this, okay? What if she was a petulant, autistic little brat and she got her mom killed because she repeatedly refused to listen to her mom? Instead, she followed her mom's instructions diligently, went through the hotel with her, and then her mom died anyway for reasons that had nothing to do with Grace's decision-making or behavior, had everything to do with the decision-making of the mom. She only feels guilty because she was the one her mom was protecting. But all parents protect their children, like, ideally. Why not have her be, like, annoying to deal with? Why not have her ignore her mom's instructions and her mom dies protecting Grace, like, because Grace wasn't listening to her? Then the guilt would make perfect sense, and it would be a perfectly coherent emotion that I could engage with, and you could watch her grow out of it. But right now she's feeling guilty because the parent is... I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying there might just be a reason. You're infuriating. There's always just a reason. I'm saying it's not good. Yeah, you can always just be... People can just feel anyway. Okay, I'm not saying there's no reason if you want to twist the reasoning or whatever. Trauma ain't rational like that. You are fucking infuriating, dude. Sometimes writing is just bad. Sometimes writing is just bad and characters are just uninteresting because, like, that's the way it is sometimes, you know? Narratives don't have to be interesting and characters don't have to be interesting. Like, all that matters is that it's technically possible that a person be uninteresting, and then it's fine that it's uninteresting. Like, oh my God. Stop. Like, I know it's technically possible for a person to be tedious, okay? I'm just critiquing its presence in my narrative. Maybe they thought that would have made her too unlikable. That is my point. If they had made Grace do something that actually justified all these guilty feelings, I feel like everyone would judge her for it, but that's the fault both of the writers and the audience. Because if Grace was insufferable to begin with, and this whole game is like her penance, like she's growing as a person, that would be way more interesting character-wise, because then you would experience like the legitimacy of her guilt. Because the only thing you can say right now in response to her guilt is like, that's irrational. You shouldn't feel that way. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I am tired in narratives and in real life of telling faultless people it's not their fault. I'm sick of it. You insecure motherfuckers, you put me through this shit every day. Every day you go outside, you try to order a damn pizza, you try to take a walk in the park. Everyone's always going, it's my fault, because nobody has any damn self-confidence. Give her a fucking reason to feel like it's her fault. So when she says, it's my fault my mom died, I can go, yeah, it kind of was, but then I can engage with the emotional experience of watching her grow and develop as a person. And maybe she can become more courageous. And in the end, through both her own courage and her willingness to obey Leon's instructions in a critical moment, she can save both herself and Leon in a big final confrontation, thus redeeming her for her unwillingness to listen to her mother. This is like writing 101. Yeah, but I guess it's fine that technically she could just be poorly written. Like, theoretically, it's just possible she's poorly written. Sorry. Like, I just feel like it would make her more interesting. I don't even dislike her. I'm rooting for her. I'm just saying, like, you know. Okay, I still have my pistol, though I can't pull it out right now. We need to sorry, I'm almost done. We need to rediscover the art of having our protagonists sometimes be bad and unlikable and fucked up. This is what made Denji good. This is what made Asa good. This is the reason why I still like Luffy, even though One Piece has turned into a bit of a narrative mess. Because Luffy being stupid and belligerent isn't always played off as a laugh or a joke or whatever. Oftentimes it's actually really inconvenient. I feel people are all, it's all fucking Demon Slayer shit these days, where like the main characters are perfect, and if they ever make a mistake, it's because they weren't perfect enough, but they'll vow to be more perfecter in the future or whatever. You know? It's like people are unwilling to engage with the nuance of the fact that like people going through these circumstances in real life are often not great people. You know, they can be better, but they need to be bad so the goodness means something.
There's no getting back up.
I think you mean My Hero. I mean, also My Hero Academia, but also Demon Slayer. Right? I think they both fit there. They even kind of look the same. Midoriya and fucking... whatever his name is. I don't have the Requiem. That kind of sucks. What do we have? 2 med injectors, 4 hemolytic injectors, 1/2 of makeshift knife, 51 bullets, and 2 Molotovs. Needs a key.
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Shonen's an emotionally stunted genre by design. This is also the reason why I'm upset with the Chainsaw Man ending, because we didn't get to see the sort of dialectical conclusion to Denji's mindset clashing with reality. Denji never has the moment where he realizes that he's using his Chainsaw Man fantasy as like a escapism bit to avoid dealing with reality. Like, we know it as the audience, but he doesn't get to experience that. So we don't get to see him engage with it, which means that functionally, from the perspective of the audience, we never see him develop in that way. He has sex and realized it's mid. Okay, genuinely, though? There are a million ways that that could have played out for him, but an arc where he finally fucks and then has an emotional breakdown afterwards, I feel like they kept building to that, too, because he was not happy after that hand job in the alley. I'm sorry, this must be, like, really confusing if you haven't read part 2. It's fine. You haven't? Thana! Thana! Well, it's an interesting narrative experience, at least. We got a lot of shit. Empty bottles, stakeout, takeout charm. I'll hold on to it, sure. Mixed herbs, I spy charms. Nah, we'll have the I spy charms. Mixed herbs. Do we want to do anything with our surplus of blood right now? Probably not. Probably not. We'll hold on to what we have right now. I'm pretty satisfied with the lineup we have. Pandora, big red door. Yeah. Elevator. Okay.
Okay. Just beyond here.
It's a key card. Okay. Onward and upward. Upward and onward. The only manga that hit the beat for me was watching Guts grow in Berserk. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's the, like, Berserk is like a big, bloody, violent romp, but the thing everyone remembers from Berserk most poignantly isn't his big sword swings. It's him growing to love the people around him, rebuilding the Band of the Hawk, developing like a nurturer's instinct, caring for Casca, so on and so on. That's what everyone remembers from it. That's the real peak. That's like Giga Peak. Hyper Giga Triple Mega Peak, man. That's what, it's not about the sword swings. Huh?
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector.
Could we not?
Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Always some shit going on, man. Even though Dandadan, the manga, has taken a fat shit in its fucking diapers, the mangaka was onto something when he pointed out that the point of shonen is romance. All violence is about romance. All stories are about romance. Love is all there is in all the world, okay? It's the... Hey, you notice she's breathing calmer? Can we...
Can't see.
I had forgotten about that. I had forgotten that critical element of the design. I wonder if the hemolytic injector will work on it. Do I get the hemolytic injector, like, prompt? Probably not. These guys are probably a little bit beyond our power level, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing the prompt to hemolytic them. Oh! Well, you know. What do I do now? I forget how to play as her. I keep trying to parry. I forget to play as her. Every one of those attacks, I smacked the space bars, though. That was gonna save my ass. B2 type... Yeah, okay. Damn, she can tank better than Leon. Yeah, no kidding, right? That was 4 hits to take her down. Fucking shoot it, dude. I was trying to parry. Like, in my head, I was like, if I get this parry, I can open up the hemolytic injector route.
Sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
At least we get to keep the flashlight on, because they can't see it all. See? She's a little calmer. Unlike me. Reminds me of my favorite media, which is video of fat frogs sitting on glass, viewed from underneath. Favorite media of many, I assume. Popular genre.
Can't see.
Okay, let's try to get that, that injection. I think these guys are worth the hemolytic injector. Can we acknowledge, by the way, can we make space for her? Can we hear and see you over the fact that she's got to be brave as hell to run up and stab one of those things in the back? It's not like she knows the hemolytic injector is gonna... That's the mechanic. That's the mechanic. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I'm giving credit where credit's due. Okay, we'll come back for that, just making sure that's marked on the map. Yeah, safe, okay. Hey! You're clearly an ordinary zombie model. Don't fuck with me. Makeshift knife. Nice. Is it full health? It is full health. That's huge. That's huge. We gotta get this back to the stash. Maybe I shouldn't keep a charm on me. Looks like we're gonna be filling up our inventory faster than I expected to. Alright, let's check this corner. Fuck you. Piece of shit. A lot of empty bottles. Trying to get me to make Molotovs? What do we do with empty bottles? We just throw them, right? They're like a weapon. Maybe I should just do that. Just throw empty bottles? What else am I doing with them, right? Oh, but wait, doesn't this... This was closed before. Okay. Distraction for sound-based enemies. See, I thought that, but when I tried to do that in the past, it actually seemed like it was just meant to be used as a weapon. Like I thought it was a way to distract zombies, but in practice, I think it's just like a quick damaging option to run up and stun them, you know? Okay, wait. Yeah, let me go drop these off. Why did Leon not arm her with guns? He has lots? No kidding, huh? Should have given me that rifle. Okay. I guess smash and draw the attention of those nearby when thrown. Okay, I guess it works for both. I'll store that. I'll store this. I'm going to store the extra makeshift knife. And I guess we'll make more hemolytic injectors because they're kind of our bread and butter, you know? Should I keep the bottles? Nah, I'll store the bottles. Why not? Why? Why not? Who knows? We're just doing shit here, man. We're just ripping. We're raffing. Leon knows she has girl-sized pockets. Thankfully, it is, in fact, chore coat summer, folks. As long as you're not in an area experiencing severe heat waves. Girlies, it's time to fill up them pockets. There's a fashion influencer. Influencer is the wrong word. He makes clothing. Very good at it. Who made a chore coat that has a pocket specifically for carrying a wine bottle to your friend's house. Like you pocket that Merlot shunk, right here, like a diagonal chest pocket. That's so fucking extra. It's so cool. Just don't get hit by a car on your way over there. Why not a pocket for your firearm? Because you don't actually want to keep your gun in a pocket. Also, he's European. So, like, they don't have guns over there. Ah, there we go. Convin Spark, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to think of ways to make the narrative a bit more engaging on that front. And also, listen, all I can say is this. If I was a father and I had a little daughter and I died protecting her from some monstrous supernatural threat, I would not want her to feel guilty afterwards. From the afterlife, I'd be like, you dumb bitch. You literally did nothing wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I understand human emotions, irrational, blah, blah, blah. But from the afterlife, I would be like, dude, what the fuck? You were like 6. Like, literally, what were you supposed to do? Come on. Yeah, I'd make her feel guilty for something. I'd make her feel guilty for feeling guilty. Yeah, what are you doing? Making this about yourself? Why not let your overriding emotion be like, damn, my dad sure fucking kicked that guy's ass for a sec. Are you blind? I thought I saw... Oh, I thought I saw bandages around his eyes, but no, he's not blind. Forgot about this. Feeling guilty about your mom? Have you done the dishes lately? So fucking true, dude. When chuds on Twitter are like, I would die for my family. Oh, would you wash the dishes? Fuck off. Guys love to make these bold, like, proclamations of devotion in abstract situations that are never going to happen. Will do nothing to keep the day-to-day alive. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm getting distracted out of the game. We got a bottle of acid. Highly effective against enemies with exposed tissue. Guys, I think we found empty bottle too. Full bottle. Exposed tissue, huh? Yes, I get it, the liquors. Yeah, game, you don't need to tell me it's effective against the liquors. They're literally all flayed. Another bottle of acid. Probably not worth killing this guy. Whoa! What the fuck? Where? Can we maneuver him back so we can kill him without alerting this one? Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay, you take care of him. Okay, bucko. Health? Health? Fine. Do we just want to shoot him? Or use a hemolytic. We do have so much handgun ammo. Still, that doesn't permanently kill them. But, you know. Okay, now we turn this one into scrap because it's almost done. Yeah, we crafting. We in the what's that song? So we back in the mines, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. Heads up, you turn around, da-na-na, and look up. Total shock fills my body. It's something like that. Oh no, it's you again. I could never forget those eyes, 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 eyes. This used to be all of YouTube before it was all like Nazis and bone smashing. Dump control room. Right. Cool. Great. Was a better time? It was a better time. I don't suppose the code of the safe is hidden somewhere in this little corner you're looking at. I just want to, like, I want to get close to make sure the safe code isn't, like... I don't think it is. You remember a surprising amount of that song? It's a little bit of an earworm, I'll admit. Key reader. Key reader. Dump control room. So out, and then through. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as the sages say. It's gonna turn around again. I'm so smart. Is San Diego part of the American Southwest? Nah, not really. San Diego and LA and so on are just part of Southern California. I feel like you could make a case for, like, Orange County or whatever. Oh, excuse me.
All right. I'm not dead yet.
That's true. Good attitude. I like that. See a bit of positivity from these characters now and again. Really, really refreshing. We're good on inventory stuff. We don't need to... I don't know what San Diego's famous for, I'm afraid to ask. Okay, unironically, San Diego is literally just like LA if it was slightly better. That's it. It's prettier. It's got better scenes. It's not, the traffic's not as bad. It's got a great zoo. More accessible hikes. Terrible housing market. Well, I mean, it's not LA. Worst housing market in California? Well, that's the price for, I don't know, something being slightly less than bad. Isn't it more Republican leaning, though? It's still a blue city.
Yeah.
Schlorp. Worst housing market in the U.S.? Well, I guess you would know, Holic Master. What game is this? MGS2.
All right, Leon. Be careful.
Leon!
I need to get going too. Nice.
Nice. See, she's not breathing as hard. She's being a bit of a positive petunia. Positive Percy. Well, that looks like a plot progression direction, so I'm gonna check out the closed door over here. Still want to open that damn safe. Should be a zombie down this way. Where are you? I found you. What game is this for real, though? It's Resident Evil Requiem. And it's a good game. How woke is it? Reasonably. Yes. The blood room. Animus orb. Blood grenade? A beautiful crimson orb, one of the objects needed to enter the admin area with an arc. Okay, sure. Obviously. I think I just accidentally used a healing item. Not running from these bitches. We can fight. Just need some scrap. Clean room. Ironic. I was kind of hoping the safe combination would be in here. Clearly not. Skipped ahead from the discussion of Leon's Survivor's Guild 30 minutes ago. No one likes to hear me talk. It's fucked up. Dance for me, manservant. Play the video game. No more opinions. Dance! They want to see the jester dance. They don't want to hear him talk. They don't want to hear his truths. The T-virus makes them dickless, Nicky Bugs, which is ironic if you think about it. I assume it wants the orb that I just that I just put in the I love my hemolytic injectors. I love them. I'll get some handgun ammo though. I have 5 hemolytic injectors. That is so much. T does increase the size. I don't think that it does. I do not think we have yet, in spite of the claims of that viral Twitter post, I do not think we've yet discovered the secret to dick maxing.
Threat level red in storage sector.
Uh-oh.
Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Oh, no.
Oh, AI. Key Grace Ashcroft has finally been found. 28 years since we occupied Ark. You search, she's the one. We're talking with the U.S. government? It's a bluff. The U.S. is and always will be at the center of the world. Another safe. You can now craft a bottle of acid and, oh, various other items. That's my favorite crafting recipe. I can make a scrap out of 5 coins. Okay. And I will happily make a bottle of acid. It's just a freebie kill, you know? But it doesn't require scrap. Blessedly, it doesn't require scrap. Jump scare, jump scare. Also, weight loss does actually make your dick bigger. This is, listen, okay? Irrespective of the actual size, nothing makes a dick look better framed, than the cum gutters around it, you know? I'm not speaking out against the chubsters with dicks. I'm one of them, you know? But the cum gutters running into it, the obliques, do frame the shaft very well. It's known. It's known. It's known. Fuck you. Safe code? Here we go. Sterilization chamber safe. 10 right, 90 left, 20 right. So, which of those is that? This is the lobby, that's the ante-room, that's the monitor control room. All the way over here. Well, we gotta go back at some point anyway, right? Might as well do it now. I'd like another bottle of acid before confronting you. You're the only person I've heard call obliques cum gutters. Am I just not gay enough for cum gutter? I have bad news for you. It's really not that uncommon of a term. So yes, it might just be you're not gay enough to use the term cum gutter, or be familiar with it. It was on Rick and Morty even? You guys are embarrassing me. Okay. And then here in the sterilization.
Still have a ways to go.
That's true. Especially since I keep backtracking.
If Leon's made it yet.
Probably not. Uh, 10 right, 90 left, 20 right. 10, 90, 20. Yay! Molotov, med injector. 15 bullets, damn. Stacking it up. Why do biolabs always get so unsafe? I don't know. Go to Wuhan, ask them. What are they up to? Such a stupid city name. That'd be like a American city being called Wu Caucasian. You think about that? Wuhan? Sucks out here. Uh-huh. Am I making noise? Evidently not. New pouch! Yeah. Finally, full inventory space. A mix of threats. A mix of threats. Hey, nice, Absent TV. I've never actually played Doom 64. I played Doom 1, Doom 2, and those really big, like, semi-official, Doom 2 add-ons, but I haven't played Doom 64. Iran retaliated by striking American battleship and launching rockets at American bases. Oh boy. Hold on. Can I get, like, a source on this? Al Jazeera correspondent Ali Hashem says an Iranian source claimed heavy gunfire heard near Bandar Abbas began after the IRGC targeted a vessel at sea, followed by U.S. fighter jets striking IRGC naval boats. Several IRGC personnel were killed. We'll see how it develops. We're playing the game right now, okay? How do I want to handle this? How do I want to handle this? $80 blood to make a bottle of acid. Man, you gotta get really close to do that. Scrap is nice. Scrap means another hemolytic. Using the hemolytic injector does mean you can't get blood off them, though, which is unfortunate. Don't notice me. Yep, no way around this guy. Hey, come here. Come here. Yep, I'm a threat. I'm a threat. Nice try. Want to get him away from the liquor. Probably far enough here, right? Yay! Yippee! Do you turn around? Yes. Uh-oh. Oh man, he turns around quick. How do I want to handle this? I don't have the acid bottle, when I really should. Do I want to go back and get more blood? No. Come on. I'm sure some people watching are like, you have so much ammunition, why don't you just blow your way through? And it's because I like doing this. It's fun for me, I'm a sicko. Come on, into the other room. Uh-oh. Yeah. Man, he really traced me down, huh? You know, not as durable as I expected. Maybe I should just be blasting. Whoa! Yeesh. Right up in that doink. Why are your lights off? Because we're playing a spooky game. Oh. Come on. We're gonna lead you well and proper away from that other one. Nice of Umbrella to give the zombies modesty cups. Yeah, they gave all of them just a spray of that, like, cement foam. Fuck. We shot him in the dick? No, I shot him in the knee. They have randomized HP? Yes, which I like a lot. It suits the game type very well. Makeshift knife. Bleh. Now we can make a bottle of acid. Emergency supply code. Now I go back up. Not sure if I understand the need for this backtracking. Maybe it's if you have been killing everything along the way, so backtracking is more dangerous. But we have killed everything, so it's not. Another mystery to be solved when we're playing the game at its highest difficulty. Alright, where'd they hide that, there it is. Monder control room. It's definitely hard to pull off, Thana. Uh, 50 left, 60 right, 80. 50, 60, 80. Yay! Bottle of acid, empty bottle, med injector. So many med injectors. Stacked up. Hup, 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 hup. Can probably let this one liquor over here live as long as there's nothing in the immediate adjacency, the next room, to require us killing him. They should have different footsteps for the stairs. Probably. Maybe they didn't want to give you the impression that they were different levels of noise. Zombies in here? I'm so smart. Okay, breaking that will activate the liquor. So... Not that I mind killing everything. And that's another hemolytic. Dude, we have 3 scrap. Holy shit. We're full up. Seems a bit perverse. Well, they shouldn't suffer to live. Hey.
AI Control Center. NOAA. Reboot failure.
Always
no
something.
Response.
How does the game maintain scariness if they're such easy killing? Well,
Containment protocol inactive.
right now I don't think the game is really scary. I don't think the game's really attempting to be scary right now either. Hello, River. Considering jumping up here? Yes, you are. Yeah, we're doing action horror now. Without fundamentally changing the game's mechanics, we've recontextualized Grace's performance. She's clearly more competent now, which is good.
This is it. I did it.
Gee, look at that reassurance. All good? All good in the hood? Oh, we can get up here. Wait, how do we get up here? There's stuff up here. How do we... How do we get up there? There has to be a way up from here. Because there's no other access. How do I get up there? Some, like, stacked crates I can hop up? Here? Hello? Here? I want the stuff. I want the stuff. Stuff? Give me the loot. Ladder? Is there a ladder? Ladder, ladder? Now she's breathing. Ladder? I see no ladder. Am I thick? She's gasping. Wait, how do I get up here? There's no other way to access this upper catwalk except through here. Like there's no door on the other side or whatever. Ladder? Can you blow up that crate? I don't think that's Grace's deal. Can you go through the vent? Like over here? Ah! Oh. Oh. Where the hell were you at, man? Thick blood, thick blood. Oh. We can just shoot this one, I think. Unless we can avoid it altogether. River! Stop licking your butt. That's gross. Absolutely shameless. Oh, there's a bomb effect. Was hoping I could kill him faster than that. Whoa! Really? I thought I had plenty of health. It seems like sometimes the damage they do is random too. Oh, well, good thing I just saved. No, I'm at caution health. Caution health. Okay, well, I'll heal then. I still want to kill this one with bullets. I'm not satisfied. Damn.
Gotta stay quiet.
Now you die. Now you die. Well, that was extremely inefficient. Oh, good. All good. Yeah, probably not worth the kill, but, you know. Save our analysis for the harder difficulty. Any more news on the US striking Iran again? Any fun stuff happening over there? Yes, Luke Skywalker. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Oh. Two for one? No such luck. I think I hit that one back there, though. I did. Schlor. They're so dramatic when they get shot. No kidding. Ooh, so much scrap. Nothing, Yokai Calico. Nothing at all. Quickly save. Quickly save. There was loot in that area? Was there? I don't think I missed any loot. We'd been through that room before. Like the liquors broke the window? Ooh, you might be right. I had failed to consider that. My love. I'm gonna make you do the... Oh, no, no way through. I'm gonna make you do the dum-dum dance when I'm done with stream. Oh. Wow. All right, plot.
Where have I seen this?
Something important. I'll explain later.
The Creator.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present
Is that him?
circumstances?
Leon!
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Old people love being pathetic.
Why would Mom hide this?
Well, you were like a little girl. Leon!
Okay. Back in biz. Fuck.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just sent us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Us? I mean, lady, what is he supposed to do? He's dying anyway. You know, I mean, it's not like if he stopped moving forward, he would be fine. think we'll find the area of the lab we're about to move through is much more zombie-filled.
Surveillance failure detected.
He's got the T virus, BT Noon. Okay. What are we replete with? Lots of machine gun ammo. And pistol ammo.
Over there. Easy as pie.
Metal gear? Uh-oh, it's a mechanic now. Leon is reaching his limit. Sudden bouts of coughing and blurred vision will cause him to falter. He can only wait for these effects to subside. Oof. That sucks. This is what I was saying I wanted, though. Ugh.
Oh, shit. You've got to be kidding me.
It does make sense, Leon. I can only upgrade this hatchet, not the new hatchet that I have. The Mortal Edge. 25,000. Good lord. Should I just sell the old hatchet? I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be hatchet swapping, right? Newer one has more aura. It really does. Oh. No save in here, really? Okay. See, only Leon encounters exploding barrels. It's just
Security
a Leon
detected.
item.
Elevator shutdown in effect. Override key authorization required.
Tracking module legendary. 10,000. God. A thing to throw right over here. That's great. Huh. Oh boy. Can't get through here. I was wrong. Oh wait, don't we have like a super guard now? Like a super parry? It didn't work. We'll try the super parry on another guy. Already lost aura with this one. No recovering that. Spamming parry button. I didn't know the timing! What do you want from me? Honestly. Everyone's always cheesing me off.
Phew.
Oop. Oop.
This must be the room.
Locked, obviously.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Nice. We did a parry. Let me use some pistol ammo. Nah, not against the lickers. The lickers are pretty dangerous.
Haven't changed much, have you?
We have. We're strong as fuck now. Leon, I just want you to appreciate your own growth, you know? Is that so wrong? Nothing here? Nothing there. Just making sure. Up, up, up. What'd that do? Three times that you know of, Miss Gentleman. Yeah, Leon! Uh-oh. Leon! 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 I do respect that the episodes can actually persist long enough to just fuck you in combat, you know? I wonder if they're timed or at specific intervals. I have no idea. I'm sure that they don't always, like, guarantee that you take damage, but in that instant, there was nothing I could do. I couldn't have drawn my weapon or parried or anything like that, which I think is fine. You know. Sometimes I worry that games like Dark Souls have inflicted upon the mind of the gamer the belief that it's always unfair if you can't avoid taking damage, which is dumb and arbitrary. I don't know why people would think that, but people do often think that way. That's only true for Souls-likes. There are some types of games where I think that's a fair thing to want, but not all types. Override key, bioweapon repository 11. Where am I looking to use this again? Control panel? Control panel. Yes, there's plenty of gotcha damage in Dark Souls, 100%. Wow. Uh-oh. Are you? Can you no-hit Ishin when reversing the lightning makes you take a tiny bit of damage? I know for a fact that you can, but also, reversing the lightning makes you take a bit of damage? I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. It makes sense, you know? Dude, fucking flipping the script with the lightning bolts against Sword Saint Ishin is the coolest a video game has ever made me feel. You know? Felt like Zuko redirecting, Ozai's lightning there, you know? God, that was so fucking cool. So satisfying. Is there anything left for me to spend money on? Repairing my armor, buying health? I don't want to buy health. Buying ammunition? The ammunition's borderline free, dude. Look at this. Oh, I can only buy a bit of it? Oh, okay, maybe it replenishes at regular intervals? I see, so it's not an infinite amount of... Okay. Well, let's fully upgrade everything. Obviously, we need to finish the game with a fully upgraded Requiem. Save point? Wait, save point? Oh. Good thing. Might have missed it. Alright, over here. Jig. Leon. They made an ATLA fighting game? They're making it.
Compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Oh boy.
Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Airflow monitor warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Leon!
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
Leon, help!
The elevator will arrive shortly.
No doubt, no doubt.
The elevator has arrived.
I thought I'd get a second round there. Of enemies, I mean. Holy shit. These zombies that were stuffed inside the medical tubes were carrying a whole lot of ammo on them.
I can't waste any more time here. I need to go.
He sounds fucked up. Leon, make sure to make time to help yourself, too. Is that the Requiem? I thought the Requiem was black. No? Okay, just me being dumb. Yeesh. All right, Leon.
Not done yet.
Guess I'll go this way. Don't know how the fuck we're going to beat not Wesker in this state. How it feels to have heartburn after eating 1/2 of the meal you order at a soul food restaurant.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
We're gonna get a fucking Final Fantasy ending to this game. I can feel it.
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
Well, like everyone else in this game.
Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others.
That is not true. It's called Schadenfreude.
I think that's enough for today.
Have you even played a Final Fantasy game? I played a lot of 14. Huh?
Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay.
Wow, what a distinct haircut on this baby.
She's adorable.
Spend like 2 hours every morning teasing out her hair.
What's her name?
Grace.
Grace.
Grace. Wait, say that again. I know.
Is there anything else
I'll name her Grace.
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon.
Oh, Leon. No. Fuck, he's gonna be the big bad at the end. He's gonna turn into a zombie. We're gonna have to fight him, and he's gonna kick our asses raw. Oh. Okay. Leon, I'm trying to get to you, but I'm caught in a bullshit-ass Resident Evil mansion in the lab. Like how they made that an interactable so you could look at it, like to really, like in case you don't notice it. Hey, is that the guy that, yes, it's the guy.
This is finally my chance to do something.
What? What are you planning on doing? I don't even know what you are. I don't know what Elpis is. I don't know what the Ark is. What are we doing? Leon! I'm here to help!
Oh, Leon! Leon! Oh, no. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on.
Grace, if he stops breathing, you have to kill him immediately.
Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
Leon, you're so cool.
You okay? Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay.
I'm still not sure what we're doing.
I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Okay.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
I have no idea how we're resolving this conflict.
The prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password accepted.
Well.
Fuck! Destroy Elpis really. Wait, what? I get a choice? What does the choice even do? What is Elpis? Also, I know the password? Well, I obviously have to side with Leon here.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elpis. You promise you'll end this.
Is this the password? Wait, no, this is ambiguous. What if this ends the world or something? Wait, what happens if I put in release Elpis?
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
I get it.
Okay.
But that's not the password. I feel like I'm being presented with a false choice, but I'm obviously gonna do what Leon recommended. Like, there's no way Grace knows what she's doing here. I'm gonna go with his knowledge, okay?
This is it.
What now?
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here!
Why would he assume I was going to input the correct password? Nice hit, Leon.
Right behind you!
Yeah, he's not making that jump.
What are you doing? Come on!
Dude, he's dying. Good crack. Give me that back. I need it for parries. Maybe the big gun, Leon? Well, he was gonna die anyway. Also, we won. We destroyed the thing, I think. Grace, he's trying to buy you time.
At least I could save you.
You saved Ashley? What about Ashley? Rest in peace, Leon. You were insanely goated, like, from day one, basically. He's gonna come back as the most fucked up zombie, man. We didn't even get the goddamn Requiem from him. Is Wesker dead? It's not Wesker, actually. Not Dash Wesker.
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
You gonna try the other ending too? Well, the game is obviously telling me to try the other ending. I still have no idea what the fuck any of this means or is. Yeah. Alright, wrong ending. Unlock Insanity mode. Do you think it'd be fun to play Insanity mode, the hardest difficulty on, I assume it's the hardest, on stream? I know we've been playing this game for a while, but do you think it'd be fun to try it, like, as a contrast to the fairly easy? No? Okay, so for the people saying no, why not? Is it too tough? Is it, like, unfair? Oh, God. Fuck. I didn't ask for this. Feds! Yeah, okay. We'll redo the...
Oh, Leon! Leon.
Oh, so I mean, like, I think this ending is stupid, unless there's some information I'm missing out on, but that's fine. Well, let's see. Okay, we're doing hope now. Hope is better than destruction, I guess.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
The gameplay changes on Insanity mode are great. Gameplay changes. No, it's not just tweaking numbers? Okay, we'll look at that when we're done with this.
This is it.
So she knew the password? I don't get it. I thought she didn't know the password.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did.
Well done.
What? Who's Spencer?
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live.
Head of Umbrella? Okay.
Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
Okay.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key.
Spencer invented the gay
amends.
serum.
But you released Elpis. What is it?
A cure.
Tell me.
Leon!
We de-animate him.
My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Hi. I think if you take the antiviral, you'll just die.
I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless.
I don't...
The world order will be thrown into chaos.
I don't necessarily know if that's true.
Wanted a weapon.
You need a full
Instead, Spencer
vial
gave us
of it to cure a person.
I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing.
I still don't know who this guy is.
An imitation
Of Wesker?
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you.
Oh. Sure.
We can't let him have it.
Can't let him have a cure?
Your ignorance is staggering.
Godric?
It's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
I have no idea what's going on. I'll read the wiki after or whatever.
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Yeah, why does the platform collapse in this version? You unleash Elpis, which is just a cure, and then it still self-destructs?
Grace. Grace!
Gideon did it? Oh, okay, I was looking at chat. I still don't know who this guy is either. You know, it's fine.
Spencer's vision lives through me. I will see that it is brought to fruition.
Gimme.
How many more will have to die for that vision?
Oh. No? No melee? Dude, I have so much ammunition and so much health. What the fuck? What the fuck are we? This is Dr. Octopus. Whoa!
My master's future! Absolute!
You're reaching your limit.
These hits multiple times! Wow, he keeps hitting! He keeps hitting! It's fine, we got more health.
I will not let those ideals win.
There we go. Obviously, I've got to do a bit of... Damn, still? I got way too much shit on hand. How about instead of the grenades?
Give it up!
Stupid fucking game. Time for you to meet your requiem. So who is that guy?
Good riddance.
Was he in any previous game? What is he, like an Umbrella employee or something? There we go. That happened quick.
Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless.
Where's the weak point? I want to shoot it with the Requiem. Is it? It's probably that, right? Which is the... There we go. I can parry! There we go. Now we're playing video games. What the fuck is all that? Nice of him to let me, Ow. Shots? Ow. Whoop. I feel like I'm wasting my... Can't parry that. Hey, yeah, they have like no health. I'm wasting my... Ow. Yeah, I have so many resources, I'm not really taking this too seriously, which does make me... Make me want to play on the insanity difficulty. Oh. It's always something, huh? F. Tap F! Time for you to meet your refuge. Come on, Leon. Yeah. Love that gun.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
Do the flippy? Much more substantial ending than the destruction side, huh?
Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace.
Nah, she got stabbed in the tummy.
Grace, hang on. Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here.
Phoenix down.
Come on. Let's get you out.
There's no way out, is there?
It's a bit of a Final Fantasy ending.
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
Not much else to do, right? Just gonna run out of oxygen down here. All right, what nonsense is gonna happen to save them? What character?
I guess this is it then.
Chris Redfield! Chris! Chris, you're late to the game yet again. What can I say?
Leon S. Kennedy? Depends who's asking.
You know who it is.
You read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
Hi. Yippee! Man, if they'd only gotten there like 5 minutes earlier. Leon looks better without his edgelord black jacket.
Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
Leon is so in. It's disgusting how in he is with that one.
He'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
No kidding. He met her as a child? Ah, never mind.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Hope this really was our last hope.
Well, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I still don't understand
I wish we could have saved Emily.
how... So it was a cure. Okay, we have a cure for the T-virus now.
I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
What?
Maybe we can save
She turned into a big monster. What? She died and then you shot her. She's not just infected with the T-virus, she died. It's a T-virus cure, not a resurrection serum. Wait, does that mean that you could use the serum?
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located
Elpis
here
to
in the ruins
bring
of
back to
Raccoon
life
City.
people infected by the T-virus?
The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may...
The T-virus brings people back to life, then cure them? That's insane. So what? Between the T-virus and the antidote, they now have actual, genuine resurrection? Come on, that's a whole different ballgame. Emily died. She didn't just get infected by the T-virus.
...be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
This is
Tonight,
very
in a speech
Capcom.
from the Oval Office, the president
Can you
is
imagine
expected to
Kojima
reject
writing this bit?
allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
Oh. Okay. She died. So are you telling me she didn't die? She just was incubated in a shell of flesh? But the human within was still alive and merely infected? That's very stupid, but it's Resident Evil, so whatever. I swear to God, I thought for a second this was Imagine Dragons. Hey, copyright. Hey.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great.
Nerd.
I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Stupid ass game, huh? Good game. Stupid ass game, though. How many endings? The Elpis cure to blindness too? Sure, why not?
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Okay, so the wolves is Chris Redfield, I assume? Leon Must Die Forever has been added to extra games. Check bonuses for related content. Grace made it home safely, but Leon still has work to do. Use his enhanced abilities to complete this minigame as fast as possible. Okay. Wait, we can get actual, Are these meant to be 36 pages? Are these meant to be used? Oh, no, no. 1 out of 36 items. Are these meant to be used in the insanity mode? Infinite Ribbon Grace. Complete main story by releasing Elpis within 4 hours. Don't waste your CPU, need it for insanity? What? Are you keeping for a while? You done for now? I'm almost done, love. Okay, yeah, what is insanity mode? Intense gameplay experience for only those who dare play at your own risk. What are the...
Yeah, I know that.
I might have to go forward too far to find out what the differences are. So what's the difference? Okay, I can buy weapons. Do I want to buy weapons? What? Hold on. RE9 insanity. I'll just look it up. Top Google search result, Reddit, r/Resident Evil. What the hell is up with insanity mode in RE9? Grace's portion of the care center is impossible. Huh. Okay, hold on. Insanity mode differences. Stronger enemies. Grace will die in 2 hits to most enemies. But you can get an unbreakable blade. So, okay. Is it cheating to use these weapons in insanity mode? Or is it expected? But it feels like the only super duper duper useful one would be the infinite ammo, because it's like a resource grind. I guess having the mortal edge in the kotetsu would be the... You gotta earn them so it's fair game? Yeah, I guess. Items. From what I've read, the game mode's impossible without infinite ammo. But we can't even get infinite ammo. That's 50,000 CP. You'll have to complete other challenges. How do I see what challenges? Okay, hold on. Remarkable agents. Complete main story on insanity. 40,000 CP for complete on insanity difficulty. Okay. It looks like we got a decent number of the challenges in our first playthrough, didn't we? Like, it seems like we successfully... Okay, here are the big ones. Complete the main story by releasing Elpis within 4 hours. I could see us doing that if we wanted to. This one's just like a time gate. Complete the main story without using herbs or med injectors. Jesus. Without using the blood collector. Let the sweet pair hear the voice. The final puzzle. Don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. Okay. So... could we do insanity mode just with the 10,800 CP we have now. You could, but it would be hard. Do you think it would be good content? So I would probably buy up the Kotetsu for a unbreakable blade, so I always have a source of damage as Grace. Because I'm more worried about Grace than I am Leon. Because Leon can parry and can repair his hatchet. What else would I get? Getting the Mortal Edge early for easier parries? You dying every 10 seconds? I don't know. You people have no faith in me. No faith in me. I'm down to try it. What costumes do we have? Have we already unlocked those? How do I... Is it in options? Options... Where do I change my costume? Under bonus content, the main menu? Bonuses. Here we go. There we go. Okay, hold on. These are boring as hell. That's okay. All right. We will, we haven't bought the fancy ones. Okay. You know what? We're gonna try it on stream. We're gonna try it on stream. Open every save of the main story. I missed a save? You gonna check the report? Is the report interesting? 60 pages? Nope. Is this like the whole story of the game? You missed the one in the underground area? Huh. We'll get back to it. All right. Really quick. We'll cover the Iran stuff later, it looks like. Okay, any donos that are pending, I'll get to them tomorrow. Love you all very much. Take care, and I'll see you guys soon. Overall thoughts? I'll reserve my overall thoughts for Insanity.